Well, good morning and welcome to the 5th annual Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership and Networking Conference. This is the 5th year of this event, which we started back in 2016 when we launched with Entrepreneurial Leadership and Networking Conference #1. So many of you joined us out of a heart to be educated, to be empowered, and to be equipped for financial, personal, and professional success. At Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership, we don't believe that it's just enough to have the information, but you also need the inspiration, a community of like-minded individuals who are in the same path, along the same path, going in the same direction as you. And if you want to achieve the level of success that we believe so many of you desire, then we believe that you need a community. And so there's 3 founding principles that Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership rests upon. And those pillars, if you will, are collaboration, community, and commerce. Well, what is collaboration? Collaboration is not the same as cooperation. Cooperation means that you're working together, sure, to get something done. We believe that collaboration means that you don't care who gets the credit on your way to serving a bigger purpose. Locking arms and taking your agenda off the table, giving you the opportunity to see a much bigger picture. Community is the second pillar, and I alluded to that earlier. A group of like-minded individuals headed in the same direction, seeking to achieve the same goal. Community, if you split that word up, is common unity. And so I ask you today, who are you hanging out with that you're in common unity, that you share a common basis with? Because who we hang around with has a tremendous influence in our behaviors. And our behaviors dictate our results, our outcomes in life. You know, many years ago, a mentor told me, he said, Ryan, you are who you are, where you are, and what you are in life. And it wasn't a great place at that time. He said, but you're here because of your thinking, because of your mindset, because of the knowledge that you have that you are applying, which isn't enough, and the information that you have that might be wrong. And he said, if you want to change some things in your life, you got to get this. He said, you've got to change some things in your life. And I know for many of you, that's not, it doesn't wreck your brain. But what I do know is that if you keep doing what you've always done, you're going to keep getting what you've always gotten. And so that second pillar or foundational principle called community puts you around other people who will inspire you, who will encourage you, who will help you to change the way you're thinking, again, if you're not getting the results you want. Because a changed thinking also then changes your behaviors and then produces different outcome. And so I shared that because in February, March of this year, we had a life-changing event come before us as a people, as a community, as a world, as a nation, a pandemic actually, called COVID-19. And I'm sure like me, many of you were tracking along with this incredible vision and just inspired by 2020. Man, this is 2020. What an incredible year this is going to be. And I believe it has been, despite some of the things that have gone on, not to belittle that at all. But 2020 has been a year for the books for sure. But many of us went into this year with a certain mindset, right? A certain way of thinking. Right? We said, well, this is how I'm going to behave, and these are the results that I'm going to get. Well, that was probably deterred a little bit by the effects of COVID-19, the different social injustices, all the things that have really seemed to rise over the course of these now 8 months, 9 months of the year. And so again, like many of you, we had to pivot. We had to take a look and say, okay, well, how can we continue to do business? How can we continue to be relevant? How can we continue to engage our community? And so we launched an event back in May. It was a 2-day conference, first time ever. Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership has hosted a 2-day virtual event. But like many of you, we had to get out of our comfort zone and do something different. And so we launched that event with the mindset of rebooting, right? We've been in this thing a couple to 3 months now. We don't know where it's going, but before we go all the way down the rabbit hole, let's hit the reboot button. You know, when your computer starts to slow down or your telephone starts to act up, the first thing we want to do is power it down, right? When we turn it off, all those bugs and files and extra data is released. And we turn that phone or that computer back on, it resets, and it tends to perform a little better than it did before it was all bogged down. And we begin to see people getting bogged down. Entrepreneurs, business owners, families, our community leaders, people begin to get bogged down by the uncertainties associated with this pandemic. And so we launched this event called Reboot. And for 2 days, we talked about how you can implement a content development strategy and then distribute that out, because we all are locked in home, in our home. We can no longer go out and have coffee and have lunch and do the evening meetings and share our presentations and do the work that we felt called to do. But we had to pivot. And that went very well. And we got great feedback and great response. And we said, well, you know what? We can't stop here. What's next? Right? We had to continue to expand our thinking. And so from there, we began to ride on our third Thursdays model, which is the third Thursday of every month. We bring entrepreneurs together. Well, we can no longer do that live either. So we say, you know what? Let's take these next few months and let's help entrepreneurs begin to now refocus. Now that they've been rebooted, let's refocus on where we're going, where we're headed, what opportunities are there before us now. That went very well. We saw great feedback. And as the year began to run, guys, we are already in November. Can you believe it? We are already in November. And so as the year began to come to a close, and we said, man, this is our 5th anniversary, our 5th year celebrating the Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership Conference. And we had great aspirations at the beginning of the year. This was going to be a live event, of course, as it always is. And, you know, we'd have a VIP night the night before and really celebrate 5 years. If you're an entrepreneur and you've been in business and you've survived 5 years, man, you've done something. Applause to you. My hat goes off to you. Celebrate that. And so that was our plan. And now here we are, where everyone's been, you know, Zooming and Facebook Living and all of these different platforms. And, you know, even myself, I got a little discouraged and I said, man, I do not want to hold an all-day conference and pull people to a computer screen and hope they show up and hope they get engaged. And, you know, we're going to deliver some phenomenal content to you today. I'm going to get out the way here in just a minute and bring up this powerful group of speakers. But I want to set the stage for why we are here and why we went this direction. And so because of the pandemic, again, we said, you know what, we've got to do this thing virtual, Ryan. Like, let's not even make people have to make those decisions of if they want to come out and be a part of an event like this, because I miss you guys. We miss you guys. We miss the high-fiving and the fist bumping and the encouraging one another face to face. And to the Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership family, I just want you to know that I'm proud of you. I'm watching and following as many of you as I'm connected with, and just your perseverance, just your endurance, just your no quit attitude that you've exemplified through these few months. I just want to acknowledge and commend you. And our goal is to create even more infrastructure to be able to support you along this journey. So why are we here today? We are here, number one, because it's the 5th annual Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership Conference. And for that, we're proud. Grateful for the team who we've been able to assemble, who you'll meet as we go throughout today. Grateful for their support and help in locking arms and making today possible. But I'm grateful for the speakers that we're about to bring before you. You know, along this journey that I've been involved in this entrepreneurial and leadership space and just networking and being able to be exposed and impacted to just phenomenal people. You know, there's another pillar that you're going to hear from one of our speakers called mentorship. And, you know, I often say there's two ways to learn. We can either learn by mistakes, and God knows I've made my share and I will make more. Because failure, mistakes is a part of the journey towards success. And so mentorship doesn't eliminate your mistakes, but it does slow down. It causes you to make less mistakes than you would have made. So learning by mentors and learning through mistakes, which one would you choose? Well, I choose mentors. And we've assembled a group of speakers here today that I consider to be mentors of mine, leaders, pillars, influencers in our community who have an agenda that's not solely associated to their own, but to the lives of others. So when I talk about community, I don't take that lightly. My goal and my desire, my purpose is to build a community of individuals who can support me, who can keep me in check, who can keep me in integrity, who can check me when I go out of bounds. And I want to challenge you to do the same. And maybe you're saying, Ryan, I don't know who that is, who that could be. Well, let me introduce you to them. This group of speakers has been powerfully connected with moving the Black entrepreneur agenda forward. From leading CDFIs to leading North Carolina councils, to being mentors in our community colleges, to being lenders and underwriters and just organizers of funding that goes out to serve entrepreneurs. This group of entrepreneurs have been entrepreneurs themselves. So they're not just going to give you some philosophy and some information. They're going to share with you today their experiences in a particular domain, but their experiences of their journey along this entrepreneurial path. And I can't wait to bring them up, have them share with you what their journey has been. So my first speaker that I want to bring up, give him time to get situated there in the green room. And as I mentioned earlier, I'll give a shout out to our producer, our team in the back end of this thing. Miss Kimberly Winborn and Miss Angela Milton have been instrumental in helping us pull this all together. So we're grateful for just the support and help of people who care about this work. But this young man that I'm going to bring up right now is, I consider him to be not only a friend, but a mentor. I've had the pleasure of sitting across the table from him and having breakfast and coffee. And I'm not sure if we've had lunch. He likes to get out early. But just what I've been able to glean from him, from an information perspective, absolutely, but also from a character perspective, his integrity, his willingness to stand on what he believes and not be moved by the influences outside of what he believes. And guys, that takes an incredible amount of character in today's time, because with all the social media and access that people have to us today, it's very easy to say, you know what, I want to take the easy way out, but I want to surround myself with people who say, no, I'm going to take a stand and I'm going to stand for it. If it's right, I'm going to take a stand for it. And he's going to share with us today, my good friend, Mr. Linwood Long, on how to strengthen your organizational leadership. We believe that that's powerfully incredible as we begin to move forward in this entrepreneurial journey. So Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership family, please help me welcome my good friend and mentor, Mr. Linwood Long.
Well, thank you, Ryan. I feel so awed and really you're an amazing friend and leader. And I want to congratulate you on all your accomplishments, and which are many. I see you as a motivator. And not only that, one who I think reach behind and brings others with you, which I think it's critically important. I never forget that wherever you are in life, you stand on the shoulders of others. Someone reached back, in some cases reached down, and gave you a lift at a time when you need it. So I always sort of give homage to those, because it's really a part of what I think is fabrics of learnings and lessons I've gotten from this whole notion of this topic that has been given to me, strengthening your organizational leadership. And before I dive into that, let me again thank Ryan for this fifth annual Entrepreneurial Leadership and Network Conference. How important and how timely it is in times such as these. And we know for our community, it's critically important. A community that's rich with leaders, rich with resources, yet there are great needs. So when I look at this, and I must confess, there are times when I become really animated, and that's just who I am. And thank you for allowing me to be who I am. I lift my hands and I may get excited. But I think one of the things that I have learned, I go back to a class I was in Fort Jackson, South Carolina. There in Columbia, at Fort Jackson, I was fearful of the unknown in this class with people I didn't know. But there was one thing that really stuck out to me, and I've sort of used it as a reference point. And I think you have to have that as a reference point in all you're doing. And that the framework and mindset of leadership as a foundation has a principle. And this principle, military framework, was that great leaders come from great followers. In other words, you have to learn the art of followership before you get into leadership, which is a springboard to launch you into how you effectively lead based upon the learnings you receive and the path of followership. And so I've sort of marinated that, and I have used that, stumbled sometimes, as we all do. But more importantly, one of the tools that I've always, just me personally, as used as a reference, again, as a preacher, I will make biblical references sometimes. This whole notion that iron sharpen iron. And so you have to be around folks that can help you grow. And I think when you're talking about strengthening the organizational leadership, you have to understand that you need to have people around you, not like you, but people who perhaps may be more talented than you, but you don't become intimidated by that. You have to understand that it is a process of strengthening your organization. And quite frankly, one of the benefits you get from that is strengthening yourself. By what? By having association with others who have perhaps had more exposure in certain areas, who have learned some things, not from textbook, because when you get into organizational dynamic, textbooks are good, they have good knowledge, but let me tell you, there's not anything as more rewarding and more eye-opening. There's two things with that. One, eye-opening, and two, rewarding. And then is that's on the ground. That is, do it say we learn by what? Doing. And so when I have this collaboration around me, it grows. And so with that sort of foundation, I've developed my own thoughts around leadership based upon observation, based upon experience, based upon knowledge, and watch this, based upon failure. Some things that I've done, I've said if I had an opportunity, I wouldn't do it that way. Perhaps may have been the same outcome, but perhaps my approach would have been different. Because I have this, I must confess, I have this thing that I being a Virgo, I like, and I like for it to be sort of close to perfect. As imperfect I am, I do like for those things that I deal with and grapple with to be on point. And so I think leadership has to be undergirded with one, vision. You got to have a sense of where you're going. You got to have a sense of looking beyond where you are into a pathway that you have in your mind clear objective of what an outcome will be based upon your business model. I think with a vision and without a vision, biblically they say, my people perish for lack of knowledge. That really sprang from an understanding of a vision. Cheshire Cat say, if I don't know where I'm going, any road would get me there. And so without a vision, you do not have this framework that allow you to set clear goals, right? And so I'm not operating in a vacuum. I'm operating with understanding. One, I got vision. Two, I have clear goals. And with those clear goals, I can pin it, I can articulate it, and I can share it that everyone knows where we are going. And I think next is passion. So I have vision, I have clear goals, and I got to have passion around what I do because passion is the fuel that keeps you moving, even when everything doesn't look right, when things appear hard, when things look like they're falling apart. The inner drive, that passion, makes you just move forward. It brings you to this Curtis Mayfield notion that I gotta keep on pushing because I understand I have a vision, I have clear goals, and I'm gonna keep pushing on that. The next is empathy. You gotta have some empathy around the talented people, and watch this word, talented people that surround you to help you strengthen your organization. So I have vision. Get this, I have vision, I have clear goals, I have passion, but also I have to have empathy. That I have to have some feeling for the people that I work with. And I have to get to know them. I have to get to understand them because, they are very critical to what? To my vision and to the implementation of the goals that I want them to understand and want them to feel like it is their goals too. Which means that to the extent possible, you bring them into the goal setting process. And I saved this last word for last, and that is grit. Not anything you eat, grit. That's that inside determination. That's the companion of passion. I got grit, which means that, look, there are going to be things that happen over which I have no control. There's going to be some collapses. There's going to be some disappointment. There's going to be some hurt. There's going to be some pain. But I have to understand and register and declare that I will not allow my pain, disappointment, move me away from my purpose. Therefore, the grit in me, oh my goodness, the determination in me will allow me to keep on pushing. So I have vision, I have clear goals, I have passion, I have this empathy and caring, but I also have grit. And then finally, I have this thing that part of leadership is the ability to influence others. That's critically important, because one of the things that you want to do is make sure that the people within your organization, they are sharers, are what I call vision casters. In other words, they're a carrier of your vision. State the vision, write the vision, make it plain. And so you have to be an influencer, because that's very important. And then strengthen the organization. And I think this may seem a little strange, but you really have to learn from your failures, right? Because it won't, as much as you try, as hard as you work, you won't get it right all the time. And so what you have to do is have this recipe of saying that I understood that this ingredient did not work, and so I will not repeat that. I will not become a student of just constantly repeating. And so, as painful as they may be, as setback they may be, there's a learning in there. There's some destiny equation in that failure that you have to have. And then I think the other thing I think is critically important, and I couldn't say it any louder. I couldn't say it with more emphasis. I couldn't say it with more passion. And that is core values. You got to have core values, right? Because core values are the boundaries. You know, in basketball and football, they have sidelines, right? They have markers, and you get outside, you're penalized, or you're penalized by, if you go outside, if you step outside, there's penalties for that. It doesn't count. And so you have to set boundaries within your organization, and boundaries allow you to establish the environment which will be essential for your operating principles and policies to work, share, and to interact. In other words, the core values is a statement of all those things that are dear to you and essential for your organization to operate. Core values gives you the overarching things that are very important and very dear to the things that you have. And so within these values, there's this culture of accountability. I don't care how well you do it. It begins with you. You have to be accountable to you. You have to be accountable to all the things that you set. You have to be accountable to the goals of your organization. Accountability cannot be relaxed, because accountability will make you lose many things. And so these core values also, again, is the foundation for articulating your vision and developing. Again, I go back to this word vision casters, those that carry the vision for you, right? They work with you and implementing and carrying out that vision, that long-term goal that you have set to achieve the thing that you think will make your organization successful. And you got to know it. You cannot strengthen your organization alone. You have to have people that are committed to your organization goal. They have to buy into your vision. They have to understand it. They have to want it as much as you want it. They have to seize it. They have to buy into it. Without that, you'll find yourself with people that just want a paycheck. And that's not what you want to strengthen your organization. And so I mentioned early on that you can't run an organization by book. You know, when I remember, just a sidebar, I remember the first child, my wife, I remember Dr. Spark. I'm trying to probably predating my age here, but Dr. Spark had this book on childcare. I used to ask my wife, are you doing it like Dr. Spock say? And I would get this funny look. And then one day she had enough, and she said, look, this child, Dr. Spock wasn't here, and therefore don't be telling me about Dr. Spock. I'm doing this thing the way in which I am being led, right? And so you can't go. But here's my point. Jim Collins, in his book Great to Good, it's an old book, but from it there's some life learnings, and you ought to underscore that word because I think it's critically important. Life learnings, and there are many. Life learnings can be great. Life learnings can be so-so, but some of them can be very excellent, and then some can be very painful. One thing, there were several, and here's about 100 or more quotes that he's used, but one that really, and I just want to give you three that I found to be very helpful, right? Very helpful, very meaningful, very impactful. The first one is, people are not your most important asset. I pause to let you think about that for a moment. People are not your most important asset. And he finished that by saying, the right people. You have people, but I don't have the right people. The right people mean that I have folks around me that feel this organization. They fit the culture of this organization. They share the same vision. They have that same passion. They are just as hungry as I am, and they will work just as hard as I am. The organization becomes embraced by them, and they feel like it is theirs. Those are the right people. And so you have to back up and ask the question sometimes, do I have the right people? Or do I have paycheck people? There's a difference. There's a difference. Who is the last one to leave? Who is the first one in? Just pause and let you think about that. The right people. Don't forget, people are not your most important asset as we think. It is the right people. Write that down. The right people. Then ask your question, do I have the right people? Sometimes you think you have the right people. You learn that, my God, what the world was I thinking about? Yeah, been there, done that. Okay, and so and part of that, having the right people, again, let me run through them real quick. The right people will adopt your vision. They will embrace the mission, promote objective of the organization, but more importantly, get this, it will support a team concept. It is not the trio, me, myself, and I. They don't sing. We don't need that band. It's got to be a team concept. We do not do anything alone. We're not on Fantasy Island. We are not the trio, me, myself, and I. It has to be a team. Holla team. Sorry, I got it excited. I'm coming back down. Thank you. I appreciate the check. And so the absence of this, of the right people, can lead to disappointing results and also can lead to chaos. Chaos, not only in your lives, but more importantly, weakening the organization leadership. And the second thing I picked up from that book was recruiting entrepreneurial leaders and then giving them the path to achieving their objective. In other words, I got the right people, but I have to set up, again, remember this word, environment? I have to set up the right environment where they feel like they have the freedom to achieve their objectives, which, watch this, combine or mirror the organization objective. So what are we doing here? We are not only strengthening the organizational leadership, but we are strengthening organizational personnel that allow them the freedom to operate in a way that allow you to achieve the goals that you have set overall for the organization. So with that freedom, they feel like they are part of it, right? And that's again a sort of flavor of team. And then the third thing, I'm about to go. I know Ryan is saying I'm close to the time, and so I'm moving on. And so the third thing, write this down, because it's important. To be built to last, you must be built to change. Oh my goodness. To be built to last, you must be built to change. What is that? You have to avoid the pit of coasting and complacency, and dare yourself with this audacity to follow your inner drive. Never get comfortable that things look good, things feel good, and we're just sailing along. And look, what happened when you sail and you forget to put your apparatus in place? What happened when you sail and a storm come up and you're not prepared? What happened when you sail? You're sailing along and all of a sudden you forgot to check all the fuel and all the other things, and you're tired and you too out there. In other words, you get the point. I'm saying, do not get comfortable because things are going good. Things doesn't always work out good. So you have to understand that if I'm going to be successful and strengthen my organization, I cannot allow this pit of complacence to happen. And so I'm getting ready to go. Like a preacher, you say that 4 or 5 times, and then you still haven't gone. And so, but I do want to deposit you with this book. And this book is the 5 dysfunction of a team. And I think it should be a reading for all leaders and team members. And it gives you some things. And so there's 5 reasons. I won't give them to you, right? Because I want you to look at the book, right? Don't cheat. Don't get the book. Look at the preface, and then go to the back and get the 5 answers. I'm gonna just leave that for you. What I am gonna leave for you is these things that I have found very helpful for me. All right, get it? Got your pen? Got your paper? Okay, I get it, brother. I get it, sister. You don't need none of that. You got it. Okay, so here I come. 1, stay hungry. You gotta stay hungry, right? You gotta want it. You gotta want it. You know, strengthen your organization. You know, complacency won't get you there. You gotta think big, think audacious. You gotta go for it. It's mine. I'm going for it. So I'm staying hungry, and then I gotta stay passionate because that's the fuel that feed the hunger, right? It feeds it. So don't forget this. This is important. Surround yourself with like-minded, purpose-driven people. Like-minded, mindset like yours around the core value of the organization. Inherent in this is the word trust. Underscore. Quotate it. However you want to put it. Bold it. Color it. Trust. Trust. That's very important. Very important. They have to trust you. You have to trust them. Vitally important. It can ruin you. And sometimes, I must confess, I take you at face value, right? Until you show me who you are. And some folks will do that. And so I keep going. And here I'm almost finished. You gotta keep pushing. You gotta keep pushing to avoid that pit of falling into that pit of complacence. And then here's my final one. Don't allow the speed bumps to stop your progress. Speed bumps. You didn't put them there. You didn't make them. Every place you go, you come into a speed bump. If you had been working on that street, if you had placed that street, you would have never put a speed bump there. And so it's the same way in life. You didn't put speed bumps there. They come along. They should never deter you. you should never quit. You say and decide that I am greater than. I'm keep pushing of it. It may slow me down, it may delay me, but I'm keep on pushing. And so I'm so glad to have this opportunity to share with you, strengthening your organizational leadership. You are gems. I am honored to have shared my thinking, my passion, and pleased to answer any question that you might have. Thank you so much. And I have really enjoyed. God bless you. Yes, sir.
Man, I'm gonna do like you. I'm just gonna sit here and let that ponder for a second. So good. You know, a mentor told me early on that a short pen or a short pencil is better than a long memory. And I kept hearing you say, write this down, write this down, write this down. Yeah. And it's so critical, Mr. Long. It's been so critical to my journey to be in the room with people who had information that I could get instantly, right? Because we don't have time to read all the books, right?
Oh, yeah, you don't.
We can't go to all the conferences.
That's right.
So to be in a room with like-minded people and hear this type of information, how critical, how much has that been a success to you? Just, you mentioned it, being in the room with like-minded, purpose-driven people.
Oh, yeah. It's my mentor was former Congresswoman Eva Clayton. And I learned so much from her about life, about leadership, and about determination. I got this word grit actually from her. In other words, I was introducing her one time, and I introduced her and I used the word grit because it confused some people. And I had to tell them, go to the dictionary, look at it. It's not a cuisine. It's not anything you eat, but it's inside of you.
Yes, sir.
It's that which keep you moving in the face of adversity. Absolutely. And because sometimes people will give you a blow, they think you have knocked you down or knocked you out. But even if they knock you down, you gotta do like Paul, get up and keep moving.
I love it. I love it. You mentioned leadership, and yes, I mean, this is a question. This is about like the greatest of all time question, like who's the greatest of all time, you know, in sports. But it's always the debate, right? But I want to get your perspective. Is leadership born or taught? Are you a born leader or are you taught leadership?
I think there's some intrinsic values of leadership that's innate. I think the foundation is there.
Okay.
But the more important thing, I think, is from your experiences. I really do. I think I do think that there are times when you may go into a situation and you know, first time I was cast in a leadership position, I said, oh my God, what do I do? This is the first. But I always think there's something inside of all of us that prepares for whatever moment and destiny that God has placed for us. And then I think you take the accumulation of experiences and knowledge that you have, and it becomes a recipe, I think, for leadership.
Wow. So good. So good. 100% agree. 100% agree. You know, we tend to, you know, those who haven't, I will say, embraced leadership tend to look at those who have sometimes, and we want to blame it on some type of born in, you know, innate. And what it does is it gives me an excuse to say, well, they got something I don't have, right? They were born with it. They were given to them. And let's encourage the people to know that if there's something inside of us that we all should do, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so if I'm that person that's looking at you and saying, well, man, you just got it, right? You just, something about you, encourage that person in a leadership direction.
Yeah. And so my good friend and one that I have great confidence in for her leadership, Shannon, there's someone's raised a question, should leaders get mentors to step up their leadership game? I think, you know, I started out with paying recognition to all of those was, I think, instrumental in helping me to move through the maze of opportunities that I was blessed to have. And I think everyone should have a mentor. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
I think it will help their leadership game, development. Even this notion, iron sharpens iron.
That's right.
There were two people that I looked up to. One was Congresswoman Eva Clayton, because all the years I was around her, I learned so much from her. But back home, there was during this time when there was not much happening in Pamlico County.
Mm-hmm.
I was able to watch someone who, despite not having a college degree, went to Cherry Point, worked hard, and was not in a sort of manufacturing job, but he grew up to get to a management position, and he got that through hard work, preservation, just being pressing through the obstacles that happened during that time. So, everyone, I think, needs to look back and see who helped them along the way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
That's awesome.
here's a question.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get your mojo back? What do you do to get your momentum back when you lost your passion? You gotta, that's a great question, because sometimes you will feel like, I don't want to do that anymore, right? Because I've had whatever experience I have. And all I have to say to that is, from my own experience, you just got to tough it out, right? You have to look at where you want to go, and do not let any disappointment take you off that path. And it will happen. And so you have to keep pushing in spite of. So that's what I found have worked for me, because there are times when it feels like your passion is gone and the fuel is running low, but you gotta keep the pilot light burning. That's a good way to put it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I got a question for you. It's coming through in the chats here.
Okay.
You've been a powerful leader, continue to be one of major influence. One of big vision, as you said, one of your top 5 was to lead with passion, and that passion is fueled by vision. How do you get people to buy into vision? How have you been able to get people on your team that show up early and stay late, right? And they're in it. They're not paycheck people, right? How do you get people to buy into your vision?
Yeah, I think one is make them feel like they are part of it, right? And so there's some sharing that has to take place. When they understand the goals, when they understand the objective, and they be able to look and see the desired outcome, and they are a part of it, I think that excites them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And because every organization, to be successful, has to have a vision caster, and those that'll take your vision and help make it come real.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's Linwood Long 101 from his life experiences.
I love it. I love it. What drives you today?
What drives me?
Yeah.
Two things. One is I love people, right? And I like to say that one of my passion is helping people grow into their destiny, right? And so I do a lot of coaching, right? And part of that coaching is helping folks not to think ordinary, but to think big, right? Never look at where you are and say that's your stopping point, right? And so what I try to do is to teach people to reach in the greatness that lies within them.
That's good.
That's one thing. And then they can begin to see, I can do this, right? I'm not limited by a lack of limited resources.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's part of this inspirational thing that we all need to keep pushing. And you know, I think one of the things I've learned, which critically important, is that um, I love to see things grow, and I love to be a part of new opportunities where you can say, I had a hand in this, right?
Yeah.
And more importantly than that, not in a hand in it, not my hand in it, but my hand in it help other hands, right? And help other folks to grow, help other folks develop. And at the end of the day, I want to be known and said that I help more folks than I hurt folks.
That's awesome, my friend. That's awesome, my friend. It has been an absolute pleasure. You know, the first time I saw you, we were in an event, and I watched you walk through the room, and your presence was captivating. And I said, there's a man I want to get to know. And I saw you again at another event. It wasn't long after that. And then, you know, by God's ordination, I believe, somebody said, you know what, I got somebody you need to meet. And they said, his name is Mr. Linwood Long. I think he'd be a good mentor to you. And I said, wow, I've said that to myself. I watched this man work a room. I've heard of his visionary leadership. And so your reputation preceded you. Your character is captivating. And so I just want to tell you, thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your mentorship. Thank you for your presence in our community, and for all that you've done to lift people up. You're certainly building a legacy for yourself and those who are coming behind you.
Thank you. And to the audience, I didn't write too big a check to get him to say that. Thank you so much. You know, I've always say that you are a young warrior, visionary leader, and it's been my honor to work with you and to listen to your vision and your passion, but more importantly, to see the inside of you being manifested by tangible thing that's impacting people's lives through not only Wake County, not only the Triangle area, but across the world.
Thank you, my friend.
I'll be rooting for you.
Absolutely. Well, we're just getting started, and
all right,
we're going to keep changing lives. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. If we were in a live audience, I'd tell you to stand to your feet and let's celebrate the good Dr. Linwood Long. It has been my friend.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you
very much.
Peace
out.
All
right. Well, guys, look, we're gonna stay on schedule here, and I did bring him up a little early, and he's warmed it up for us, so the engine is running hard here, and we still have quite a handful of amazing speakers to come your way. And the one that I want to introduce to you now is just that, an incredible leader in our community. Miss Vicki has become a friend to me. She's someone I look up to. I had the privilege of being honored by her organization, I guess last year, and just getting to know her heart for people. She joined us at the 4th annual Entrepreneurial Leadership Conference. And she was like, Ryan, I want to be in the background. I just want to be in the room. I just want to watch and see what you're doing. And she's been such an encouragement to me. And I just want to let you know, if you're out there listening, young or old, wherever you may be, you got to get around the right people. And Miss Vicki, you have been a part of that right people group for me, and I want to welcome you to the conversation today. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you, Ryan, for having me. I've been really excited to be a part of this in this whole new way that we're communicating with everyone, and still, pushing on and moving forward. It's just exciting because 3 or 4 months ago, we were wondering how all these things would take place. How will we keep the momentum going? How will we keep people engaged? So I'm so glad to see you guys jump in and get introduced to all these new technologies so that we can stay connected and continue on our missions and continue to achieve greatness. So thank you. Thank you for doing this and pulling this together. I know it takes a lot of work behind the scenes, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Ms. Vicky. We appreciate you for all that you do. And, again, I just want to make sure the audience understands just your visionary leadership in what you've done. I would say behind the scenes, right? You've been that wizard behind the curtain, and I won't, steal your thunder, but you've been very instrumental in some incredible, thriving organizations and opportunities throughout our communities. And so, Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership family, help me welcome Miss Vicky Parker. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you again. And I was listening earlier to Pastor Long, and really it is we are driven by our passions, and I consider myself blessed and fortunate that I get to work and have worked in an area from my passion and from my heart. So it makes a tough journey, easier. And it just motivates me every day to, like he said, to be a part of helping others achieve their dream, to be a part of helping our economy grow and thrive, and have all people be included in that opportunity. That's what I live for. It truly is, who I am. And so I feel very fortunate to be here. So with that, let me just briefly introduce to you the North Carolina Business Council. I always say I have the privilege of serving as the executive director for the North Carolina Business Council. We are actually going to be heading into our 4th year this January. So really excited about that. We are a business organization, and we're focused on creating an equitable economy. And we do that by supporting businesses that are purpose-driven businesses, or triple bottom line business, socially responsible businesses, where there are a lot of names for it. But our primary is to look at businesses that are committed not to just making money, but also making our community stronger, making sure they have real partnerships with their customers and their community, that they're also giving back as well as providing a service. So we call these, like I say, mission-driven, purpose-driven businesses. That is our passion, is to support them, to provide the resources that they need to grow and thrive and be good corporate citizens in our communities. So I know in light of time, I'm gonna jump right into my topic today. I really love this topic, sponsorship, putting your money where your mouth is. It's not a topic that I can think of that I've heard at all the business networking events that I've attended over the years. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone do a specific topic on this issue, and it is so important. So I'm so glad you're shining a light on this. In terms of sponsorship, I couldn't help but think again of Pastor Long. One of my first assignments when he and I worked together previously was to find sponsors for an event. And I remember thinking, then it was my first time doing that, and thinking, oh my God, where am I going to find all these sponsors to support this event? And how in the world am I going to go about this task? But I really learned quickly, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I learned quickly that people want to support good programs. They understand and see the value of putting their name and putting their brand around programs that they know at the end of the day their customers are going to value and appreciate. So I learned that immediately, that this isn't a hard sell when you're connecting to the right people and you're matching up their missions and their goals with what you're trying to do as well. And when you're both are being driven to help the community or help a certain cause or mission, it really does come together. And what I have found over the years too is that, sponsorship really is a must. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later on, but it really should be part of your plan from the day one. It should be part of your marketing. Initially, I thought sponsorship was here, marketing and advertising was here, but I quickly learned that sponsorship should be part of all of that, should be one, because it's all about building your brand. So I want to hit on 3 things in the time that I have in front of you. So first, I want to talk about and reiterate why you should be sponsoring, why you should be investing your dollars in sponsoring events. And then secondly, I want to talk a little bit about how, some creative ways that you can do it so that you get the greatest return for your investment. And then briefly, have time, I'm going to talk about a few things if you're on the other side, as a lot of us find ourselves, where you're soliciting sponsors. So some of the things you can do to make that occur for you. So first, I'm assuming that we have an audience of businesses, so I'm not going to really tell you a whole lot about what sponsorship is. I think we all have a good sense of it. We see it often in the events that we go to. But, when you sit down and you're thinking about advertising dollars and sponsorship dollars, and of course, as a small business or even large business, you have to think about, am I getting the best return for my fund, for my investment? Clearly, I'm going to rattle off a couple of statistics. Clearly, a lot of companies feel that they are. One of the recent stats that I saw that really stood out for me was that what came from the brand strategy firm ESP, and they said, I think in 2018, they had estimated that companies would spend $24.2 billion in North America on sponsorship. Just that overwhelming number alone tells you that clearly businesses have figured out that sponsorship is a good use of their dollars. So even if you are a small company, and I really emphasize this, even if it's just one person or two people, sponsorship should be part of your strategy. And they're investing in it because they can see the immediate returns. And no matter the size of your company, I venture to say you'll be able to see the immediate returns on it as well. So just keep that in mind. $24.2 billion. That's a large money going to just sponsorships. We're not talking ads. So clearly, this is a strategy that's working. Some of the obvious reasons for this, but they're obvious, but they're really important. And of course, the biggest is brand visibility. Your brand is gold. You know what people think of you, which is your brand. Their perception of you is what will translate into more product sales. It will translate into more service that and business that you generate. So your brand is really your ticket. So you want to have your name associated with things that your customers care about. And that's really how you should approach sponsorship. You want to be strategic in sponsoring events that you care about first, but also you have to do it in conjunction with the idea of, clearly you want to make sure you're being attractive to your customers. There is one statistic that I like is that I think they said that 74%, Events Marketing Institute found that 74% of consumers who they will support companies in which they have a positive brand marketing experience with. And if you think, and that's a high number, 74%, and if you think about your own relationship to brands, and you think about how it is that you really come to support some of the brands, and just think about things you buy just every day in your household, and how you come to learn about some of those brands and products. And a lot of times it's not through advertising or commercials. A lot of times it's when you've attended an event and you've seen their name and their logo plastered around the wall, or you've hear their name called out when they do the roll call of the sponsors. And all those things leave messages in the back of our heads. We take note of who's supporting the things that I care about. And that's building up a good, what they call goodwill, is building up that goodwill. So this isn't something to take lightly. It isn't just, oh, okay, I'm having my logo in there. You're really planting what I call planting seeds for the future. And those seeds are, the more you do it, they're being watered. And eventually when they need that product that you have, they'll think, oh yeah, they do that. I remember that. They may not even remember which event or why that day came to them, but that is how that works. And that's why a lot of people really do see the sponsorship as a huge value. So brand visibility, name recognition, building goodwill, you really can see the results. Whereas, and I'm not going to I'm not saying that advertising isn't good, but in sponsorship, you can really see more tangible results. Targeted marketing. One of the good things about sponsorship, where again, is that you really do know the event. You have an idea of who's going to be there. You have an idea of the different customers, and so you get to target your dollars a little bit better when you can sponsor an event. And then again, consumer perception. Again, we can't say enough that, consumers like to buy with people and shop and do business with people who they feel care about what they care about. You want to have a good product, no doubt. You want to have great service, no doubt. All those things are so critical to keeping and cultivating your customer relationship. But a lot of times to get them in the door is that feeling. It's just how they resonate. If they see, I see their name, I care about the environment, and they're supporting, climate related issues, that is going to resonate with them. Then, of course, they're going to try your product, try your service. And if all those things come into place, that's great. But initially, they're going to be drawn to you because you care about what they care about. If you're supporting animal, rights, or you're, supporting something that's near and dear to their heart, they're going to care about that. And remember that. Lead generation. And of course, right now we're doing a lot of our work online, but even with this, there are ways to generate leads for your business and service. And, a lot of us take advantage of that. I'm assuming if you're here today, you're a savvy business owner. So I'm not going to insult you by, telling you what you already know. But what I will say is validate it and say, this is a really good way, sponsorship is a really good opportunity to generate leads. And to see who's out there and see who, potential customers are, and really get to know who your potential customers are, to have that conversation to see exactly what their needs are, because things change. And that's an opportunity to get fresh eyes and see what's happening out there. You can also, set your sales goals by sponsorships and kind of align them. And again, I think I'm going to mention it later, but this should be part of your strategy. It's not just doing good for the sake of doing good, but you want to be strategic about it. So when you're planning who you're going to sponsor and how you're going to sponsor people and what groups, you want to also, consider your sales goals when you're doing that. And when we are out of COVID and you have products to sell, of course, that's a way to do that as well. I've talked a lot about community goodwill and strengthening your image. And I guess I have it listed here several times in my sheet in front of me. I guess I really must have felt goodwill is important. So really, it creates loyalty, which, we know as customers, we don't want to just get them and then they move on. We want customers who stay with us. And again, connecting and having that emotional connection and supporting things that they care about will help build that customer loyalty that all of us as business owners want. We want repeat business. It's also a good tool for, I guess you could say, content strategy or getting fresh material for content. But also in this day and age, a lot of, just like this event we're attending now, a lot of people, when you sponsor, they're putting your name out there in online. They're helping build up your social media footprint. I think they said 98% of sponsors who use social media promote, their involvement on social media. So this is an excellent way to help keep your name out and fresh in the cyber world. In front of your potential customers. And again, I think I mentioned, audience insight. So I saw here again that with the marketing, they found that 46% of sponsors considered post-event reports to be extremely valuable. So again, when you are sponsoring an event and you have that opportunity, and some of these ideas are, of course, when we're able to meet in person again, but you want to use that time also to kind of survey the audience. So you want to go when you're networking and meeting, exchanging, have your survey in the back of your head. Already have your 3 questions, your 3 main questions that you may want to know about, your potential customers. And so as you're introducing yourself and learn and exchanging information, get those 3 questions in there and kind of conduct your own survey at these events. And again, maybe even online, you can do some things in the chat room and go private chat and maybe just ask a couple of people a couple of questions. But you really want to use this opportunity to gain some insight about your customers, again, so that you can do your business better. Again, we all understand that it builds business relationships. And then let me see, and my final one is return on investment. And I know I've spoke about this, but let me just hit home, and I love surveys, I love statistics. So I know I throw a lot of numbers out at you, but one final one is that 55% of sponsors said their return on investment increased from 2016 to 2017. So, again, if you're like me and you really want some type of tangible feedback, you don't want to just spend advertising dollars and kind of make it a guessing game. Sponsorship is a way to target that, to really kind of track your return. You can track where, you've met that business. I typically will segment the businesses I meet at different events, or customers or potential customers I meet at different events, when I put them in my database, so that when I start interacting with them, I can go back and see, oh, I met them at Ryan's event. So I know exactly where I encountered them. And so that way, when I'm starting to do my planning, I know which events that, were really most helpful for my company, as well as for the people I was meeting. So, you have that opportunity with sponsorship that isn't as readily available when you talk about advertising and just putting an ad out. And again, I'm not knocking advertising. I'm just saying this gives you an opportunity to kind of track it a little closer. So you want to try to do that. I want to make sure I stay on time here. So I think I've given you a couple of 10 whys to do this, why sponsorship is important. Let me give you a few tips on some creative ways to do it. Because typically we think of sponsor, you think, yeah, you buy it, you get your logo on the page, and, but it can be more than that. And I want to just challenge you today to think a little more outside the box with sponsorship. And I know typically if we're doing B2B, that's where we like to go. But there are a lot of people who do businesses. One area, I want you to consider sponsoring different events like the PTA, which is really a big one. And I guess I say that I've been on the PTA board since my daughter started school 16 years ago. And we do a lot of events, a lot of fundraising events. And we do 5Ks, and we do a lot of things where it gives smaller businesses that opportunity to get out in front of a lot of moms and a lot of dads who shop and spend, and who are looking, who really will value to see your logo and see you supporting their kids. I mean, it just doesn't get much closer than that. You're supporting something that their kids involved in. There are a lot of programs at school. I mean, my theater program, they had to raise a lot of money this year because they had to move a lot of their acting online. They needed really specialized online equipment to do that and to complete the play. So they had a major fundraising event. There's an opportunity. Sponsor those types of events. Same thing with, sports leagues. They often need, food and different things. So those are different creative ways that you can sponsor and get your name out in front of potential clients. Other ways is to look at your local theater or look at your museum. Look at other ways and just open your eyes and kind of look around in your community of ways that you can get your logo and get your business connected to something in the community that, again, builds that goodwill and generates customers. The other thing I like to do, I don't know if any of you, if you're American Express users, but to link the usage of your product to the usage of someone else's product. So you want to sponsor another business. So with American Express, I love what they're doing. They will give you a $5 discount or $5 cash back whenever you shop at a local business. And it endears me to American Express, And it is encouraging me to make sure I shop local. I think it's probably one of the smartest campaigns I've seen recently because it's such a win-win. Because I believe in shopping local. I want to support my local businesses. American Express is now supporting something that I care dearly about. And so now at the end of the day, I'm going to be, a loyal American Express customer because that's really something important to me. So you want to look at ways and get creative of ways you can partner, maybe with somebody who's not a competitor, but who could be a business partner, where if they buy from you, they get a percentage, or you may get them a discount or a card to go shop somewhere else. So now I'm buying your product, and you're also giving me a discount to go buy someone else's product nearby. So you creating goodwill all the way around. So there are different ways you can really get creative about how we use our sponsorship and do things. And then, when you are engaged in sponsorships, again, you want to generate those leads. So anytime you are, and when we go back into a space where we're going to be meeting face to face, you always want to take advantage, always have a giveaway in exchange for their information. That should just be standard for you. Even if you're rushing, and I know how that can be, but make sure that's already in your car. Make sure it's already there, that you have, even if it's some candy or something, some giveaways, so that you entice people to make sure that they share their information with you. That should be absolute a standard in any sponsorship event we attend, when we come back together. And then, also look for ways to do some VIP sponsoring, or look for, barter with them to say, if I sponsor this event, can I get an exclusive time with some members? Can I, get a chance to speak? Can I get a chance to play a role in the agenda? So, always try to push it and see if you can get, some more FaceTime with your sponsorship. And then, there's some big events that you're going to see their sponsor dollar levels, and you're going to say, I can't afford it. They're starting, if you're a small company, sometimes I look at them like, oh, I can't, there's no level I can get in. However, again, you can barter. You can say, I can help you maybe man your desk, if that can be used in exchange for a sponsorship. Or I can help you with the registration, or help you set up the event. So, it doesn't hurt to ask and just say, I want to participate. I can't give or sponsor at the levels that you're asking, but here's some other things that I can do. If you have a need, I'm willing to help. So, that just because you can't afford it, don't exclude it. And I want to make sure, there was one other thing I wanted to bring up to your attention. Oh, my favorite. Make sure you share your treats with your clients. So if you get a sponsorship and they give you 10 tickets, it might be nice to give them to your family, but, don't give them to your customers. Share those things with your customers, your clients that you want to endear yourself to. If the sponsorship comes with some exclusive, meeting with a VIP or celebrity, again, see if you can bring a client along with you. Share that opportunity to, again, you want to build goodwill, because that client will have a great experience. And guess what? They're going to tell everybody about how they had a great experience with your business. So look for ways to take those sponsorships and share it with your other customers. Want to make sure, I think I'm right at my time. And the last point I was going to make is, again, if you're on the other side and you're looking for sponsors, basically reverse everything I told you. You want to start out from a win-win. Ask, get a sense what their goals are. Look for ways that your sponsorship can be meaningful to them. Offer them an opportunity to have exclusive time with some of your members, or offer them time to speak or have a role in the agenda. Make sure that you're giving them something that will make it really worth their while to be your sponsor. But more importantly, understand, make sure you find people who have a mission like yours, who have a passion like yours, because at the end of the day, if you both are passionate about helping the community and helping, a certain cause, that is like 80% of your battle. So I think I'm right at my time, and I'm going to stop there.
All right. Wow, Miss Vicki, that was Absolutely incredible. I know you were saying you never heard this topic before, and so it looks like I know you're already the expert, but you just created a new piece of content that needs to be locked up in a vault somewhere with only access privileges. That was good.
Thank you
That
for
was
the
really,
topic.
really
That was
good.
really smart topic.
Awesome. Yeah, I felt like that would be right down your alley because you've been on both sides of that playing field, right? You've been one that's sponsored, and you've been one that goes out and shakes the money tree. So a couple of questions, and yeah, we'll transition. So thank you for honoring the time. And you kind of alluded to some tips, but for that organization that may be saying, you know what, I've been able to really get the attention and time of local, or smaller businesses. How would you coach or mentor someone that's really now trying to maybe break that playing field and get in front of some bigger?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, this is something that I have done myself, and that is to really try to, offer yourself up. I mean, there are some companies or larger companies that are reaching an audience that I want to grow into, and they have a network that I really want to start to engage with. But I mean, I'll be really honest, the price point is kind of above. So, in those cases, I have literally, you call, you kind of look and see who's involved, who runs the company. It's just like anything else, just relationships. I'll get on LinkedIn and see if I know somebody connected with them. But you want to try to get an introduction. And then, if that is something really in your plan and that's a company you really want to be involved in, then I say it's worth the effort to take the time to call them up and say, listen, I'm not quite able to sponsor at that level, but here's what I can offer. And, can we really work out some type of opportunity where I can be helpful to you? Are there speakers that maybe I can help you get? Because I have a network. So try to look at what you can bring to the table, because we do want to get to those areas. We don't want to say, oh, I'll wait until I can afford it. Go ahead and try to get in now, and eventually you will meet the people there who can
yes.
Operate on a more higher financial level with.
Yeah. That's good. Thank you so much for those stats. That got me really encouraged. We're going to make a pretty big announcement at the end of this, so if you're getting around, but I look forward to talking to you about this later. And so when you say things like, 74% of consumers will support a good brand, big. Right? 98% will then promote their involvement with your brand. Sounds like sponsorship is pretty important.
It really is. You just can't underestimate it or even overestimate it, to be honest. And like I say, the $24 billion that's spent on sponsorship alone should tell you, if you got companies putting that much money into sponsorship, then clearly, there's some smart people out there. They wouldn't just be doing that for this, just to do it. Clearly, they see that there's some real value in doing it. I did see a note where someone mentioned it was content mentioned, and I think I mentioned it in terms of social media. When you sponsor, they're putting your brand out more and more because they're putting it on their website, they're putting it on Facebook, they're putting it on Twitter. So sponsorship generates a lot of content goodwill as well.
Right. Wow. That's awesome. Ms. Vicki, you have been phenomenal.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know you were busy yesterday when we chatted just to kind of tie up some loose ends. And so I hope you're able to get all of that done. And we are just so grateful for your time, because I know you are poured in many directions. Thank you for what you do for our communities, for our businesses, for our environments. Thank you for championing sustainability.
Yes. And just quickly, I got to do a little bit of ad. If you want, we're going to be working hard with upcoming year to put out policies, to advocate for policies to help our small businesses. We're going to be working with people downtown. I don't care who got elected when or who is going to get elected. We're going to work with everybody, but we're really going to be pushing hard the next legislative session to make sure that smaller and purpose-driven businesses, there are policies that support them, that support investing and getting incentives to build our smaller companies, to make sure that they're supported just like our big companies are supported. So we're going to be asking for inclusivity, I get it, for our smaller companies. So please, visit our website and see what sub issues we're going to be supporting and get behind us.
That's awesome.
We need the voice.
Deserves that right to access and opportunity. So we do appreciate you and your work. If you're listening, please follow Miss Vicki and go and check out the North Carolina Business Council. They are doing some great work. Thank you again so much for your time, your leadership, and your influence in our communities. All right, guys. Wow. I mean, we are 2 speakers in, and this has just been phenomenal already. And so, and again, we're just getting started. I mean, we still got still a handful of speakers left to come to you. And this next speaker that we're going to bring up, man, he carries his own. Another young man, there's certain folks that you just kind of see and watch, and they just have this awe about them. They just have this air about them, and it's not pride, it's not ego, it's confidence. Number one, in their creator, first and foremost. Let me say that about the Dr. Moore. But secondly, it's in knowing that you are a person of integrity, a person of character, a person of principle. And that's what I found this next speaker to be. We've had the pleasure of sitting in some rooms together where I've had the pleasure of listening to him, and he was a student in some classes I've offered. We've been on planning committees together, and just to get to witness his level of expertise and experience. But what really attracts me to Rich Moore is his heart for other people. He's really given his life to the success of other people, not because he has to, but I believe because he feels called and purposed to do so. So Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership family, help me welcome Mr. Richard Moore.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to come before everyone here today. I'm not going to be before you long. Maybe let's just give me like maybe 20 minutes or so, and we're going to talk about this thing called mentoring. And the title I got was Mentoring for Inspiration, Impact, and Change. And this thing of mentoring, it's kind of a I don't know. There's an irony about it because we're talking about statistics. In Forbes magazine, July 3rd, 2019, it said there was a statement that 76% of the people that Forbes interviewed thought that it was very important to have a mentor. All right, they thought it's very important to have a mentor. However, only 37% actually had one or experienced one. So as we go through this today, hopefully you'll be a little inspired. Those of you who we're going to talk about it from the mentee point of view and also from the mentoring point of view. And then what are the benefits of it? So we're just going to kind of get right in it. We're going to look at some key terms and definitions of and where this thing of mentoring came from. What are some program types that we may have or experience? And then what are some various benefits? And then in the end, we should have a little time for some question and answer. So let's first look at this key term, mentor. All right, now, in looking at mentor, get a little education. I don't know how many people took English, Lit, and all this other stuff. But in the classical Greek, there was an author named Homer. And Homer wrote this, he wrote about this thing called the Iliad, which was a story about the Trojan War in Greek mythology. Well, he also wrote a story called the Odyssey, which kind of chronicled one of the key characters in the Iliad, Odysseus, his journey back. But also another person in the Odyssey was a person by the name of Mentor. Mentor was the person who nurtured Odysseus's son. while Odysseus, his father, was away. Okay, so the personal name mentor was adopted in Latin and other languages, including English, and the term became known to mean as someone who imparts wisdom and knowledge to a less experienced colleague. Okay, so an effective mentor can be someone who has experience and in entrepreneurship and in business ownership, someone who has experience in a certain area or profession, and they impart that knowledge and wisdom to those who are less experienced. So a mentor, an experienced and trusted advisor, and someone you can go to, and then is someone who advises or trains someone, especially someone of less experience. Now, there's another key term called mentorship, all right? The mentorship piece is basically the guidance provided by a mentor, all right? That's the guidance provided by a mentor. It also can speak to a period of time which a person receives that guidance from a mentor. So you may not have that formal program for life, but you could be with a program where you're given a mentor for a year or for 6 months or for some period of time. And so that can be referred to as a mentorship. Now, there are various program types that can happen, and one can be considered to be formal. There are some formal mentoring programs we have, like locally. We have like SCORE, the SCORE nonprofit organization. They provide mentors. Also, in the Launch Wake County, which has launch municipalities, that's done by sponsored by Wake Tech and the Rotary clubs and several other organizations. When people complete those cohorts, they complete about 8, 9, 10 weeks. At the end of that, they have the opportunity, the businesses have the opportunity to pair up with a mentor. And that's kind of a formal type of way of looking at it. Now, there's another way, another program. There are mentorship programs over the internet. Now you say, okay, that's somebody just hooking up with me, and we're talking over the internet, and that's something that can happen now. That's boundaries or geographic location. You're not limited by, because we can connect various ways. But there are also some nonprofit groups out there. For instance, one based out of California, San Francisco, called Micro Mentor, and they have a great online program. Just Google Micro and Mentor, just put it together as one word, Google it, and you can see some good stuff. And there's also some other internet-based mentors out there as well. Then we have like the informal mentorship. This is where relationships just typically develop, and there are a lot of informal relationships that may develop directly between a mentor and a mentee, and it may grow out of a casual contact or membership in the chamber. You may be a part of the Chamber of Commerce and you meet someone, or mentorship in because of an industry association, or mentorship because you established a bond through church or through fraternity or sorority or something or another. And it may be facilitated by one person or the other. However, it's that there's that informal mentorship. Now, one thing you do have to realize is that, and this is on both sides, not for the mentee, not everyone that you see has the propensity, time, or inclination to be a mentor. Okay, so don't take it as a rejection if someone you go to and they say, hey, I really don't have that time. That's something that's really good to know before you have some expectations of them that won't be met. At the same time, mentees have to come to the table with the right frame of mind and right mindset. One is that you need to have an open mind and also be coachable and be responsible for actions. Be responsible for your actions. Be responsible for the choices that you make. It's very, very important when we look at that relationship and so forth. So when we look at the mentor and mentee relationship, there's some benefits that can be had. Some benefits such as you have the ability to ask questions and get advice. And you're more likely, sometimes when you're starting out in your business or in your venture or whatever, a lot of people may have advice for you. You got your family, you got your relatives, your cousins, your friends, the person next door. They always want to tell you what they think you need to do, and they're telling you from maybe their experience of one way. However, you should seek out someone who can really advise you better on more complicated business matters and so forth. And this tends to transcend beyond your friends or beyond just simple relatives. It's someone who's experienced the whole thing from the beginning until the end. Someone who just comes along and says, oh, you need to do that or do this. They may have only experienced it from the outside and may not know all of the ins and outs and all of the things that you may have to go through. So it's good to get that advice from someone who is already paved the way for you. I think I heard earlier, and this is true, you can learn by going through it yourself, and sometimes those can be some hard lessons, or you can learn by observing others or from others' experience. And that's what you want to do and so forth, to have those that have experienced things that can give you, hey, here's what you want to do and here's what you don't, to consider. Now, also, business mentors can help you look at things from various perspectives. Okay, they have seen problems, they've experienced situations that you may have only looked at or seen on the surface. So they can help you experience these things or help you in giving a different perspective on what may be there, some rocks that you may not have uncovered that you need to really uncover, or that you may never even thought about uncovering, and so forth. Also, it's a way of improving key skills. Now, it goes beyond just the skills of, hey, I'm an accountant, so I know how to add, subtract, multiply, and put debits and credits, and I know all the tax stuff and stuff. It goes beyond that. There may be skills that you need. For instance, a complaint I've heard all the time is, after helping businesses grow, I've worked with businesses and they've been struggling, and they just didn't know where the next dollar was coming from. And then we got them to where they're growing, and now they got business like gangbusters. But they go in with an idea. Okay, I need people. I need to hire people. And they just think it's just as easy as ABC. And then they hire someone, and then they hire another person, and then, here they come. Hey, things are not working out. I don't know. They said they were going to do this, but they don't do this. They don't show up on time. They leave early. They're not conscientious, blah, blah, blah. They told me they could do this. Well, a mentor can help you in improving those skills of hiring. That may not be your forte, but they may be able to tell you, hey, you need to look beyond the skill. You need to look beyond the experience. You need to see what the person's passions are. You need to see how and observe how they treat other people when it's no benefit to them directly, and so forth, because that'll tell you how people really are and what they will really do. If they're only quid pro quo all the time, then that'll tell you something. But if they do things, go out of their way to help people when it's not even a direct benefit for them, then that tells you something right there. Tells you a little bit about their attitude. You got to get into their mindset. You just can't hire someone just because they can tell you the square root of 2 if that's what you need to be done. But you got to look beyond that. And attitude, mindset trumps skill and experience and education every time. It's good to have those other things, but that mindset. So you got to look at those things and so forth. So it helps you improving, someone may be giving you some guidance to help improve your skill. And this is where you really gotta be coachable and be receptive to the new ideas. It doesn't mean you always follow them, but being open to those new ideas that you have. Now, there's another thing that the mentee relationship gives you, and it's a benefit for the mentee. It gives you someone that you can vent to that you trust. It's a big turnoff if you vent to your customers or clients. It's a big turnoff if you vent to someone who's supposed to be investing in you, or the banker or whatever. It's a big turnoff. But this is someone, a mentor is someone you can vent to if you have that mentor that you can trust. And then after you've done your venting and all of that, calm down, and then you start working through the situation. You start getting advice and ideas of how to work through the situation. You cannot vent to your employees. That's a turnoff. you got to know that the employees got to know that they can approach you and that you won't be taking anything personal. You won't be spreading news to someone else that they entrusted in you. So you really can't vent to your employees. But that mentor is someone you can vent to. And don't wear their nerves out, but you can vent to. They know that it's not them that caused your problem. It's someone else and everything. But then they can help you calm down, and then they help you work through that problem that you have. Mentor to the mentee and both to the mentor is a way of expanding your network, a way of expanding influence. And also because business mentors can also put you in contact with others who may be able to help you and so forth. And that's within their network. Someone in here is event planning, and they have a relationship with someone else who needs that service. They can put you in contact. So it's a way of expanding your network by having a mentor, and also with the mentor, with the mentees that are mentored and so forth, their network is also expanded as well. I'm going to speak a little bit more about that in just a moment. Also, there's an opportunity, and this kind of goes both ways, where you can learn methods and strategies. I would say new methods and strategies. Sometimes things may not be new, but they may be new to you, and so there may be things that you may not be experienced with, and so forth, that you can pick up from the mentor. And the mentor also, as they're absorbing knowledge, they may come across a case. You may have present them with a case that, out of the 100 things that I've seen, I've never seen it that way. But then they'll figure that mentor has a thought process about them, and a critical thinking because of experience, and they can help guide through that whatever that situation is, and so forth. But on the methods and strategies and so forth, like I said, there's something I've oftentimes dealt with businesses. I'll give you an example. Someone who was a driver, transportation. They drove for a transportation company, and they say, "Hey, I see the guy coming in. I see the lady coming in. But I can do this. I can really do this. And there's an opportunity for me to do this in a certain area. I can go set up my own transportation company for people." But all you've had is that vantage point of the driver. Then all of a sudden you're hit with the view from the top. And there are a lot of things. There are probably 90% of the things you did not think about or did not see. And all of a sudden a mentor can help navigate through here's some strategies you need to look at. So it's very, very important to have someone that you can go to and everything to look at this, to get advice and to get the help that you need. Now, I mentioned the fact that when I was using the term mentorship, I said sometimes these formal programs, they may last a year or they may last 6 months or something like that. But there is the opportunity to establish long-lasting relationships, okay? There's the opportunity to establish long-lasting relationships. Those of you who were here in the beginning, you heard Pastor Long mention, Eva Clayton. He can still pick up the phone and call, even though they may not be working directly together. There are other people that folks can pick up the phone and call, and it kind of goes both ways. I know. I'll mention someone, Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson grew up in my hometown of Greenville, South Carolina. Well, a couple of the folks that mentored him also were my mentors. And you see, people would call and say, "Hey, it's hard for me to get on his schedule." They would pick up the phone and call, and he would say, "Yes, Miss Lottie, I'm coming. I'll be right there. Yes, Miss Norris, I'll be right there." And he's on his way to Greenville, South Carolina. So there are long-lasting relationships that are formed with mentor-mentee relationships that happen and so forth. So never underestimate that. Also, with the mentor and the mentee, you can have confidence to make better decisions. Doesn't mean that you're going to follow everything, or make, because the responsibility is on you, that your mentor may say, but you'll have all the ins and outs. And when you make that decision that you've come to the right decision. And sometimes with that decision, with the mentor, you can't expect them to tell you which way to go. They may point all the ins and outs and all the considerations, but there's some things where you're just going to have to make the decision for yourself. But having that confidence to stand by and defend your decision because you went through all of the pros and cons and through the guidance you may have received from your mentor. So that's very, very important. The next thing, before we get to the last thing, there's a gentle nudge that you may get. Sometimes starting a business, whether it be for-profit or nonprofit, can be challenging, or going into a new venture can be challenging. And sometimes hearing firsthand from the mentor about their experiences can help you realize that the struggles you may be going through are not just apropos to you, but they're things that people do go through, but it helps prepare you for the future. Okay, so with that, there is one other benefit, and this benefit I'm going to talk about is primarily to the mentor. Okay, it's primarily to the mentor, because I want to encourage you, those of you who, and some of you may need mentors, but also you may have the chance to mentor someone else. You've already plowed the road someplace and you're experienced in certain areas, so you have a chance to help someone else, and with that, you have a chance to give back. Yes, those of us who also we have a chance to, or some people say, pay it forward. However, as we pay it forward, there is a phenomenon which occurs, which we sometimes don't realize, and sometimes we just don't think it's there. It happens, and we don't realize it unless we reflect on it. So, and that is, and I'm trying to inspire some folks here to become mentors if you have the wherewithal and the propensity and the compassion and so forth, and the empathy and so forth. It's not a me, myself, and I type of thing to do. And I'll go into that a little bit more in just a second. But there's a secret. There is much benefit to the mentor in the long run. What do I mean by that? There's much benefit. Mentees are not the only people who benefit from the mentoring. Mentors, you may pick up skills from collaborative learnings. You may pick up new ideas that you may not have come across. My goodness, back when I graduated from college, well, first of all, I went into engineering, right? Electrical engineering. First thing my dad asked me was, can you fix the TV? And we didn't have vacuum tubes in the class. We had transistors and stuff. But going back, all this, now over the next, there's like, I used to watch Star Trek and used to imagine what it would be like to go talk to the computer and someone would say, now we can do that. And so there's a lot of technology that has come about since the time, over the past 30, 40 years. And so as mentors, we can benefit from becoming aware of that technology and so forth. But then also, when I think about the mentors that I've had and that benefit, think about this, all right? And I hope this, I'm going to say this purposely because I really want to inspire you if you have the wherewithal to do it. A few years ago, there was a person, he was a church deacon. He went to his mailbox, and it was outside of an area called Mini City in Raleigh, North Capitol Boulevard to the east of Capitol Boulevard. And he got shot by a young man. He was shot by a young man, 16, 17 years old. In Southeast Raleigh, there were some women who went out and they were exercising and stuff, and some young men killed one of them, okay? Now, when you look at the lives of when they look back at the history of the lives of those young men, yeah, they came up through some hard situations. But when you look through the lives of them, the question that immediately came to mind was, if someone had just spent 5 minutes a day, or just 30 minutes a week or 1 hour a week, would what they have done happen? I think about my dad, who I think was the number one mentor for me. He only had a second grade education, but I remember when I got my first job, it was a dishwashing job. He says, boy, he says, look, when you finish washing the dishes, go make sure everything is clean. Make sure everything is in order. Make sure you do, and then when you finish all that, ask what you can do. Now, the guys who got me that dishwashing job, I got there and I was like, I said, I want to make sure I clean every dish there. And then I did exactly what my dad said. Well, Mr. Myers, he looks at me and he says, hey, Rich, why don't you come and stop washing dishes? Let them wash the dishes. I need you to come around and help us with the rolls and racking the plates. Now, for the banquet. Now, for someone who's dishwashing, 16 years old, racking the rolls and setting up the plates, wash my hands and start doing that. Hey, that's a promotion. Then I want to go back over there. He says, no. I want you to go over to the stock room to look at some other stuff. And it kind of caused me some problems because Mr. Myers would say, hey, you guys, see, Rich is going someplace. Y'all are not. And I was, and Mr. Myers, he was Caucasian, Jewish. The rest of us were, African-American and stuff. And there was one white guy that was back there washing dishes. And I said, I wish he hadn't singled me out like that because I got to go back there and be with those guys and they're going to really rip me and stuff. But listen to my dad's advice, all right, about work and work ethics. He also told me, he says, boy, when you get your first job, try to do your best to live off of half of what you make. Half of what I make. Hey, when I get out of this house, I'm that's it. He says, it's going to be tough at first, but save and invest as much as you can. Live off of half. So after you figure out what taxes are going to do to you, you figure out what you give to the church, you probably have about 20% left that you can save. And I did my best to do that. And then when we became a family with my wife, we did our best to do that. And then that enabled me to retire early. I had set a goal to retire after 30 years of working in corporate life, and I missed it by only 2 years. Starting out at age 22, I missed it by only 2 years. Because my father's advice. Now, the other thing about it benefits you in the long run. When my father, he got old, couldn't take care of himself. He had his son to take care of him. Okay? He had his son to take care of him. Now, suppose I didn't do the right things and didn't follow the advice he gave me, I wouldn't have been in a position to do some of the things that I was able to do for him while he was still on earth. All right. So I remember what my counselors from the Urban League did. And the two names I mentioned, Miss Norris, she's still a county commissioner in Greenville, South Carolina. Miss Lottie Gibson, may she rest in peace. But I remember my pastor working with me when I was like 16, 17 years old, stuttering. And he would work with me to get me prepared for an oratorical contest. He poured that time into me so that I could be able to give back. I remember when I got my first job at IBM, there was two people I had. One of the guys was my fraternity brothers, and then the other guy, he was like 25, 30 years experience, was my office mate. He was also a deputy sheriff. He told me all the ins and outs of where to be in Poughkeepsie, New York, and so forth. I remember all that stuff. And then I remember they said, hey, you got to keep working because you're going to keep this thing going so that when we retire, everything is going. Who's going to be running the world when we get old and we can't think for ourselves? We can't get out for ourselves. Those are those young folks that are coming along, those who are less experienced. So I don't think it's a burden to mentor fourth and fifth graders at Bug and Joyner Elementary. I don't think it's a burden to mentor young men and young women through Triangle Inroads. And oh my God, you cannot be, as a mentor, you cannot be jealous or worried about someone exceeding you. You want them to exceed you. And that is just that they will not forget you. You want them to exceed you. There's so many other things, examples I can give you of folks that I even mentioned on the job, and it came back later and they said, hey, some things happened, or I need favors and stuff. And those folks that I had worked with, I didn't ask for it. They came and got me and stuff. So being a mentor has its benefits. I will tell you this. If good people, you want to make the world a better place, mentor someone. Mentees, be coachable. No, nobody knows it all, but be receptive to new ideas and you'll go far. That's it. Ryan? Any questions?
Launching. And once you got to altitude, my friend, you just soared. So many nuggets in there that we don't have time to pick apart. But what you said, man, was really, really inspiring. And it's not just words. It's such an opportunity right now. And let me say what I mean. You know, we call them mentors now. Right. It's like this kind of new word. Follow me here for a second. But Rich, I heard you mention that your mentors was dad, right? Granddad, uncles, men and women in the community, all these people who showed you work ethic, character, integrity, all these things. And so a word for mentor, and what I think is just lacking in society today, are those social models. Right? Those people that you can watch, look at their behaviors, because we only believe we can do what we see a lot of times. And like you mentioned, those young men, somewhere those seeds were planted and they went a little off track. But like you said, had they just seen some other models of human behavior, it may have planted a seed that would have put them in another direction. And what I love about this topic is that it applies across all domains, right? Life and business, finances and health, right? Our social life and our, spiritual life. So just talk about that. When you really talk about, like, in the social model context, like the value of community and all of that. So just kind of tie all of that up and we'll move on.
Okay, so you got to think. It gets back to, you can't think me and what's right in front of me. Mm-hmm. So the reason why I brought out the example of the young man was because there were opportunities when you look back at his history that someone could have taken time. I hear so much in the school system. People say, well, I don't have kids in the school system, so it's not my problem that they can have after school activities. I don't have kids in the school system, so why do I want my taxes to go up and so forth? But when you think globally beyond what's right in front of you, those things affect you. And so whether you don't, when we're mentoring, we don't go in looking for what we can get back or anything like that. But the benefits of that, that person, the crime rate going down, people being good citizens, so that your tax dollar, and I'm speaking it from the school thing because people tend to be really myopic with that, your tax dollar now is going to for more efficient use and not use of locking someone up or trying to correct and so forth. So in mentoring, based on some of the social things I've been able to do, whether someone came up through foster care, whatever things that they had against them, that mentoring really, really helped transcend. And I got to tell you that the ice house, who owns the ice house, that mindset stuff, that really kind of boiled it down. It reminded me of my dad and what he was telling me and stuff. But those things really transcend the environment. They transcend whatever limitations that someone thought they had. So with the mentoring, first of all, it is key, though, that you do have the right disposition. It can't be me, myself, and I. You do have to be empathetic. You do have to have a broad way of thinking. And then mentees, you can't come in thinking you got the answer and then you get disappointed because the person didn't give you what you thought the answer was. You came for help. So don't come with the answer. You come to try to open up and find the answer. So that's what I meant by being coachable and being willing to learn more as a mentee and stuff. And we all can learn, continue to learn. I got mentors. I still, call them up. Hey, what do we need to do about this? Because there are grounds that I have plowed this year. Oh my gosh, 2020. I mean, just it's more than just COVID. It's more than just what's happening, in the news today. There's, the things that I've had to contact people on and say, hey, I haven't seen this before. What's going on? What do I do?
Yeah, that's so good, Rich. Man, listen, again, this has been rich, as somebody in the comments put. Just fantastic content, man. You too have packaged a piece of content here that I think is just worthy of others seeing and hearing. And so, man, we're grateful for your leadership in our community. We're grateful for you giving the service to so many. You are definitely leaving a legacy that you should be proud of. And I'm sure those of you out there listening are already thinking about, man, who can I either go get to be a mentor, or who can I serve as the role of mentor? Rich, thank you so much for being here, my friend. This has been awesome.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, we're going to keep this ball rolling. We are now officially about halfway there. And the next speaker that we're bringing up, guys, I told you we were going to keep rolling. And I'm trying my best to hold back on this announcement, but Rich got me really excited because that's such an important and critical part of what we're looking to do coming out of 2020 and into 2021. So I'm gonna stay focused, and I'm gonna move us along to our next speaker, who is a young man who I met. I can't even remember now how long it's been, but man, time flies. And I met this young man, and he had one of those traits that our first speaker, Mr. Long, mentioned, which was a hunger to learn. He was in a position, in a place where he just felt like he wasn't being valued as an employee. He knew he came to work hard every day. He knew he had the skill sets. He knew his value as an individual, and he began to get frustrated with the environment that he was in. And he began seeking the right information, the right knowledge. He was hungry, and I'm not sure how much he'll share of his story, but you talk about a young man who pursued mentorship, who pursued coaching, who pursued getting the right people around him so that he could make less of the mistakes and get to where he was trying to go faster. This young man, Mr. Naquan Walker, the founder, CEO of Executive Plumbing, incredibly skilled young man, has a beautiful family, and he is just on his way to incredible success. And he's going to talk to us today about how to amplify your entrepreneurship. Naquan, we're glad to have you, buddy.
Wow, Ryan. Appreciate you having me, man. Welcome. Thank you, man, for just doing this 5th annual Triangle Leadership, man. It's just been a blessing every year. We've been probably going here for about at least 3-4 years out of it, and been blessed every time. So thank you for continuing to do what you do, man.
I appreciate it, man. It's folks like you that keep us going, man. So
yes, sir.
Can't wait to hear what you got to share.
Yes, sir. So I'm Naquan Walker, CEO of Executive Plumbing Company, based out of the Triangle. We do pretty much everything in plumbing. We do commercial plumbing, we do residential plumbing. But what really led me to really jump out and start my business was, like Ryan Ray said, the hunger. I just remember the first time, because Ryan Ray really has impacted me and our company for various years, and we met just from that specific word, hunger. I came to Ryan Ray. We happened to meet somewhere, and he noticed in my eyes that I was hungry, and I wanted to get out of the place where I was at immediately. Love my job, love what I do, love doing plumbing. But it was just, I saw something great years ago when I was 18, when I first thought about starting my company. So the seed was in me. It just had to be around great people to flourish. So saying that, what really transitioned me, because I really want to speak on transition, there's probably people out there that are struggling or have a thought about starting that entrepreneurship, and they just trying to get over that edge to that place called there. And so I'm gonna just speak on my experience, what really transitioned. And it really wasn't nothing but the good Lord that positioned every detail in my transition out of the company that I was at into where he wanted me to go. That's what I would say, just really where he wanted me to go. So as I transitioned out of the company, before I moved out, there was it was so much stuff going on within the company that it was bogging me down. It was a lot of stuff going on, but one morning I came into work and I just turned the key to open up. Because for one thing, I was a production manager for this company, so I had a key to get into the doors. As I turned the key, I knew that there was a shift going on right then and there, and the Lord gave me an image of what was about to happen. And I opened the door, and it was like the Holy Spirit was speaking to me, like literally speaking to me. And he was saying that if you get a text from your boss today that you need to come to his office, that you need to pack up your stuff and transition out of this company. And it was funny. Within an hour, it happened. Within an hour, it happened. The boss texted me, "Hey, come to his office." I was like, "Oh my God, what is about to happen?" Because this is what the Spirit was telling me, and now it's playing out. Like he texted me those exact words. And I said to myself, let me call my wife. She was like, "Babe, if they're just pushing you into your destination." So I said, "All right, And then I was like, this can't be. He might just want to talk to me. But the Spirit was telling me, "Nate, this is what is going to happen." So he told me that he's pretty much destined me for this transition. And as I walked into the door of the manager or the GM office, I dropped my keys on his desk and I let him know that, hey, I understand this is probably my last day today, not knowing anything that was coming out of his mouth, nothing. And, he said, "No, Nate." He closed the door. He's like, "No, Nate, everything's good." I said, "So what is it?" He said, "Well, we accept your resignation of employment here." And I said, "Well, I guess that's the same thing." So I don't want to dig too deep into the whole depth of it, but as the Lord said what he was going to do to me spiritually in my spirit, what I felt and what I heard, I ended up leaving that company with over $14,000 and over $15,000 worth of equipment to start my what seemed it bad, he turned it into something good. So as I transitioned out of there, I continued to before we even transitioned into business, we had already been pre-planning. And I know my last session before everything happened at the previous company, I knew that we all talked and we was ready. We finalized everything. And so there was a few other little things, but we planned as best as we could. So my advice to people that are that person that may be on the edge of moving, to make sure, number one, that you plan as much as possible. So Flo, since then, my first, when I transitioned out, my first month, and I'm gonna just kind of give you some revenue aspect of how the Lord is pushing you into places to be a blessing to others. We made over $16,000, and I kind of transitioned out probably about late March, mid-March of 2017. We made over $16,000 the first month, and by the end of the year, we did over 100,000 just off 8 months or so. So what have I learned in business? Now we're done transition out. What have I learned in business and kind of some of the pre-stages? For one, before you even start a business or even think about things, there's this thing called, getting revenue every month and balancing checks and balancing your books and this, that, and third. First off, get your house in order. Make sure your finances is in order before you even think about it. So if you can't run your household, if your wife or your spouse is not on the same page of, hey, this needs to be in order, this needs to be staged, this we need to account for every single dollar here on your personal, I will get that in order, or at least be on the same page before you start your own company. What other things that I've learned in business? I learned the power, and these speakers have definitely before me has touched on a lot of stuff that I really wanted to talk about. But the power of relationship. People want to do business with people they like. So as you're going out and you're marketing your business or you're building relationships, you want to be likable. You want to make sure that you seize every moment of opportunity to impact somebody's life, whether it's, giving somebody something, whether it's making sure you see a lady that's struggling with a bag of water. I remember I ended up helping this lady get some like a 16-pack of water in her car. And next thing you know, she said, "What do you do?" "I'm a plumber. Give me your card." And now I'm at her house doing some work. I've seized those opportunities where, I'm talking with a PSNC guy where I'm at a job site and he's there, and now we're just chatting, and we chatted for maybe 30 minutes and we got to know each other very well. We talked about a lot of deep things, and he said, "Nate, I like you. Give me your card." So I'm very shy on giving so many cards, but he was like, "Give me 20. No, give me a whole lot of them, because I run into a lot of people that need gas pipe fixing." And I said, "Okay, well, let me give you 40 or so." Gave him 40 cards. By the end of the year, this guy has revenued me over $20,000 just on referrals. The power of relationships. And transitioning into, more things that I've learned into business is, in business, and it's just real talk, things happen, and you can get overwhelmed about certain things. But one thing, and my wife, she really hits this every time we even get to this. I always talk about keep moving forward. There are going to be things coming up. There are going to be things that's going to put you on pause a little bit, but you got to get through it, and you got to get to the next step so you can keep going up that ladder. Keep moving forward. You got to have that mindset right before you start business. It's the mindset that there will be, that everybody knows in business, that there will be issues that pop up. There will be things that just happen. You just like, I kind of thought of it, but I didn't think it really would happen. If you kind of thought of it, it's probably going to happen. So just go ahead and get through whatever struggle it is. Just go ahead and get through it and keep moving forward. Just keep moving forward, having that mindset. Backtracking on bad months. One of the things that I have dealt with is, you will have some slow months. You will have those things come up within the first, I want to say, 6 months or so. We was kind of hitting the high. And then it was like, yeah, we were kind of going down the hill a little bit, like numbers start dropping a little bit. And so I was kind of like upset, like, man, what is going on? What have I done? What have I changed from the time I started business until this few months later? And one of the things that I changed was I wasn't out there in the streets as much as I was when I first started. And so I noticed that I needed to build relationships. I needed to continue to get out there, go to Lowe's, go to Home Depot, go wherever I can just meet people at Sheets, I was meeting people at Sheets and just giving them a chat and maybe pass a card out, and I would get business. It was just that simple, just get out there. So I saw that my habits had changed. I kind of was trying to stay in the office a little bit more because I was trying to structuralize some things. And then I was like, hold on, we'll stop revenue. Revenue is not coming in as much. So backtrack on the bad months versus the good months, and see what's going on, what's different. Have a good presentation about your company, whatever you're trying to develop. Just make sure that you're being sharp, getting logos together, making sure you have a great website. I didn't, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I never thought that a plumber needed a website. So that the person that was kind of in charge of getting those things together, she was like, Nate, everybody had to have a great website. I was like, I'm a plumber. Who really needs? They just need some problem fix. No, you gotta have a great. Every business have to have a great website. So once I got that website in place, right after we started, it's probably maybe a month. It finalized everything, got the logos together and stuff like that. I saw a difference when people came to our website. It was like, man, wow. This is an awesome plumbing, executive plumbing company. Wow, it's more than plumbing. It's about the experience. And I didn't know that was going to be an impact, but it was, and it was a big game changer in my thinking. What else I got down here? What advice would I give somebody that wants to go into business? Number one, plan. I would say one of the things that I didn't see going into business was initially I didn't think of it, but my wife is my backbone for real. I'll talk about her a lot, but health insurance was one of the things that we got right before starting business, and she caught it like maybe 2 months before we started business, and she started getting I didn't even know there was a health insurance broker. I'm a plumber guy, so forgive me if I suppose I had known that, but I did not know that. Getting 401ks no, it's Roth IRAs together, and just planning for a financial future was one of the things that I didn't realize at first, but just trying to fine tune your planning as best as possible. Brother Richard, previous speaker, he hit on a lot about mentorship was one of the game changers, period, because some of the things that you try to fine tune in your plans and you bring it to a mentor. We went to SCORE. We went to we definitely met up with Triangle Leadership, and they've helped us out a lot too as well. But SCORE, when I came to them, and Brother Richard Moore definitely mentioned this. I came in there with my game plan, and I wanted them to say everything was good. They said no, everything was a little wrong, and I needed to fine tune a little bit more. And I'm like, man, I've been planning this business for years. I've been strategizing everything. They was like, no, until I humbled myself and allowed them to enter in. That was the only way I could change. That was the only way I could allow them to help me, because I wasn't allowing them to help me. But I came there for help. But I didn't allow them. Once you go into mentorship, you do have to humble yourself and allow them to come in. And I think it's a big deal. And there's they mentioned on previous speakers that in the Black community, we need mentors. Honestly, we do. We do need mentors, and it is a game changer for some of the young kids. I got 4 kids myself, and I had to strategize my way that I was going to impact their lives. Initially, it was kind of like when you first get into business, it was like all about business. I'm about to milk this baby, but I was losing my touch with my kids and my family. So you definitely have to plan for everything possible. What else do I have down here? When the opportunity comes, one thing you like, Vicky Parker said, when the opportunity comes, you have to give back. You have to give back. I wouldn't be here if some of these great men and women around me encouraging me, telling me, "Hey, Nate, keep moving, keep doing it, keep doing it," and I just sit here and just eat all the fat and don't give anything back. No, we got to give back. It should be in your plan up front, how and where you're going to give back. That was definitely in our plan, and I would only advise for it to be in yours as well. And go back. One other thing, go back and help somebody. Every chance I get, if there is a tradesman or somebody that mentioned, hey, and this is kind of where I love kind of like helping somebody else, kind of mentoring them a little bit, is I say, hey, man, why not? Why can't you start your own business? And they'll go on a rampage. Okay, you just need some help. You just need some help. There's always an excuse you can continue to give yourself. But if you just look back and say, why not? Why can't I do it? Why can't I do it? So away with the excuses. Just continue to, if you got a mentor around you that's not pouring into you the way that you need it, and you need some, change mentors or get some different advisors, or but you can do it. That's all I'm saying. You really can do it. What else I got here? Get around people that's going to encourage you. I remember starting off in business. There was, I didn't tell my family members. Because some of them, some people got some family members that can be negative, and I definitely had some family members that were negative. So once I started my business, it took me about maybe 3 to 4 months before I could tell some of my family members, because I wanted my mind sharp and right before I even mentioned anything and I heard some negatives. But it was funny that when I did mention it, it was high fives, and everybody was there for me. Grandfather was sending me business because he was a plumber. But as I close, I just want to let people know that this out there that is on the edge of starting their own business, you have it in you. You have it in you more than you can think, more than you think. You really do. You just need some encouragement, the right people around you, and a great mentor, and keeping God on your side. So that's all I got, Brian, right?
My man. Woo, good stuff, bro. I'm looking at the chats and the comments, and people are like, man, he is nailing it. Wow, man, so many good things. First and foremost, I heard you just got to keep God first, man, in all that you do, right? Like that's number one. And when you do that, it gives you so much confidence in the steps that you begin to make, right? When you know that you put him first, you're following him. I mean, I really believe that gives you the confidence to keep going. And another thing you said, man, and just 30 seconds, elaborate on this. And I don't think a lot of people really get it, because our behaviors, as I mentioned earlier, however we behave personally, right, in our personal lives, financially, spiritually, our character, our integrity, all of those things, whatever you do, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything, right? And so if your behaviors and principles aren't producing results in your personal life, it's going to be pretty hard to translate that into your business life and get.
Yes, sir. That is right. That is correct.
Is that what I heard you say?
Correct. We are a part of a great ministry that continues to push us and talk about entrepreneurship every chance he can over the pulpit. That's Raleigh North Christian Center. So that's a great place where, you know, a church could be, you know, a mentor over the pulpit. You know, you don't even really understand the power of, you know, the person that is leading you. So he's definitely been an impact in our life as well. So yeah.
Power of community. And then final, man, I just wanted to let you know, you know, if anybody's out there listening and you were thinking before this that you couldn't do it, man, Naquan just inspired me that I can do it. And that's, again, the power of being around other like-minded people. And it's just in the power of association, right? Like just being in the room and around people, like you said, you may not have everything you need to start, but by that association, you intrinsically begin to gain knowledge, experience, confidence, relationships, right? Those connections that you talk about. You develop skills, you learn listening, you learn networking, you learn pitching, you learn all of these different things. But if you're not in the room, you miss all of that. And so Naquan, man, my hat goes off to you for your success. You are building a bona fide business, right? Like you aren't just hustling. You are building a legacy. You're building something that you can be proud of. I don't know what your future plans are, man, but I'm excited for you. Honored to be watching you go along this journey, man. Continue to inspire. Continue to encourage others. Continue to grab other young or older men by the hand and say, you know what? If I can do it, you can do it too.
Yeah, why not? Why not, right?
Well, listen, bro, you've given us your morning, man, and I know you've got calls you need to go respond to and business you need to handle. Thank you for all you do in the community. You've been a huge supporter of Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership, man. So grateful for you, and I can't wait to chat with you a little later down the road.
Yeah, all right, man. Appreciate it, brother.
And give the family our love.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. Wow. I'm full. And we are, again, a little over halfway through now. And so maybe you've been sitting here with us all morning. And if you have, that is great. We're going to take a quick little stretch break. But before we do, get up, grab your coffee, go to the restroom, whatever you need to do in this moment. But before we do, I can't iterate enough, the power of community. And that's why we started this organization 5 years ago, was for that purpose. Again, collaboration, but we knew collaboration would happen much more exponentially in community. And so, guys, there's just so much power in that. And we're hoping you're getting that out of what you're hearing today. And the announcement that's coming later, we're going to be talking about how we strengthen and how we better undergird this community that will be attractive to so many others, inspiring them that if we can do it, they can do it too. We also have a big purpose around networking, right? How do you begin to expand your network? Because, you can have all the information, right? You can have the knowledge, you can have the education, you can know, right? And you can even have the relationships, right? You can know the right people and be in the room, but it's that access to opportunity that is the great equalizer. And as we begin to see this year specifically, we've seen some holes in that program as it relates to access to opportunity for certain individuals, for certain communities, for certain races, for certain people who may have made some mistakes in their past. And our goal is to narrow that gap, to close that gap of access to opportunities. And so we hope you get that and see that. We hope you join this movement that we're creating. We're going to talk a little bit more about that when we get back. But guys, there's power in community. There's power in networking. Take a look at this video that's about to play. Take some time to stretch, get up, do all that stuff, go back to high school gym and get your blood back flowing. Give us another hour and a half and we'll let you get out of here, guys. So enjoy this video while we take some stretch and refreshing. Thank you again so much. Find somebody who's achieved what you want to achieve and go learn from them.
Everything that you know that you need to know is already within you. You just need somebody else to bring it out for you.
Exactly.
And that's what they do.
We all have the capacity within us to think through the solutions that most of us are jammed up on.
for me, there's this, like, you have to change your environment in order to change what's going on up here too.
This year, with Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership, we have really been focusing on those things that you need in order to prepare yourself in 2019 to launch 2020.
All right, and we're back. I had to stretch myself. All right, guys, listen, thank you for being here with us. We've got two more phenomenal speakers before I close out the day. We are so grateful that you're here. I hope you're getting a ton of notes. Can't wait to go back and listen and review this content again. On the back end, guys, particularly our content commander, man, can we create something from all of this content that we can begin to share or distribute? And so I'm excited about the possibilities, guys. Anytime we just kind of jump out there out of our comfort zone, as I said earlier, I was not really just super excited to do a Zoom, but man, this has been phenomenal. This has been just an incredible display of information, of heart and passion, of service to other people. And all of those, again, are the foundational principles for which we do our work. Our next speaker has become such a friend and community partner of mine. I'm gonna steal her thunder before she even comes up. She's gonna tell you that she is just shy and quiet. Maybe that's true. I'll let you determine that for yourself. But when we were thinking through the speakers that we wanted to bring onto this event, I was invited to a webinar where she highlighted some incredible young people, some incredible youth entrepreneurs right here in our own backyard. And I was so tremendously inspired by that. And I was like, you know what? If we are going to highlight entrepreneurship, if we are going to celebrate entrepreneurship, which is what this is all about, we have to bring awareness to our youth and what they're doing. Our next speaker is actually the manager of the Social and Economic Vitality Program with the Wake County Human Services Department. She has her hands in so many different things. She is a leader. She is an influencer. She is an inspiration. She'll probably tell you that she is also, I'm going to let her tell you that. We call her the best. We call her Beyonce. We call her whatever she wants to be called because she is the best, and we are glad to have you here with us today.
Oh boy. Oh Lord. Did you really have to do all of that, Ryan? It was so not necessary.
Of course it's necessary.
And mostly untrue. But Ryan, let me thank you and your team for even allowing me to share time and space with you today. You are indeed such a visionary leader, incredibly inspirational, and a master builder in the entrepreneurial and workforce development community. And as I've been sitting here, I don't know all of what this announcement is that you are hyping up, but I'm gonna tell you, if you have decided that you are running for president of the United States of America, you will get my vote, okay? So just if that's what it is, I am sitting on the edge of my seat waiting to get that announcement.
Well, I can go ahead and let you know right now, that ain't it. Carry on.
I'm disappointed, but you have asked me to kind of talk about youth entrepreneurship, and this is probably going to be the quickest chat you're going to get from me about youth entrepreneurship. But I'm a firm believer that younger folks, because I'm only about 30-ish, and I'm sure that's why you asked me to do this session, because of my tight-knit closeness with that community.
Absolutely.
And I'm a firm believer that they embody Peter Drucker's quote, "The best way to predict the future is to create it. Though entrepreneurship indeed is not my area of expertise, I have dipped my toes in the ecosystem through my work with social and economic vitality over the past 4 years. And let me give you a little bit of the backstory. But as mentioned, I work with Wake County Human Services in a position uniquely aligned with Wake County Cooperative Extension. And in 2017, in partnership with the United Way, the City of Raleigh, Southeast Raleigh Promise, Carolina Small Business Development Center, and a community co-design team, we actually launched the Southeast Raleigh Innovation Challenge. And the purpose of the challenge was to bring skill building, resources, networks for innovation to fuel the economic engine in Southeast Raleigh, which is a very historic area, but in many areas economically challenged. So we invited community residents, small businesses, nonprofit organizations, faith-based organizations, and youth to actually identify some community-defined solutions to economic and social issues that in a space that they could be innovative, but yet practical. So we had about 100 initial pitches during our kickoff event. And it was there that I met Anaya, who was only 11 years old, and Isaiah, who was 12 years old. And they were operating Sweet and Sour Lemonade, which was a small lemonade stand in Southeast Raleigh. And of course, their slogan was, "When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade." And these young people were seeking to support their families by taking the resources they had, although they were very limited, their youthful energy and the support that they were able to mobilize from the community to make some things happen. And you can check out some of the stories that were covered by them. I think it might have been on WRAL, but check out their stories so that you could hear the passion behind the story that motivated them to operate that lemonade stand and the way they were giving back to their families and communities through that experience. Most recently, I had the pleasure of supporting what we've called the EASY Challenge, which is EEASI, which stands for Empowering Entrepreneurs and Seeding Innovation. And Ryan, you know all about this as you served as our awesome lead facilitator. But we worked with about 13 Wake County youth to help them develop an entrepreneurial mindset. And these high schoolers were interested in everything from community engagement to lawn care, creating bath and body products, hair care. They were writers and publishers and interested in opening hospitals and some other things around architecture and design, construction and gaming. And these teens were learning leadership skills, decision-making skills, networking, and so much more. And I'm telling you, when we put them in front of some local business operators to help solve some real world, real business problems, they brought their A game. They went all in to present or market themselves in a manner that demonstrated they intend to live lives and add value to the fabric of our communities. The last thing that I'll share is that a few weeks ago, as part of our Crosby Community Day celebration, my Vista Dynasty Winters, who is also another phenomenal young professional and making her mark in this world, facilitated the youth entrepreneurship panel that you referenced earlier. And for the purpose of supporting and furthering their businesses, I do want to mention them. And if somebody can put them up in the chat, I sent them in because I want people to be able to connect and support them. But we had Dante Jones, who is the owner and operator of Trap Fit, also Digital Trail Media, and Robinson Avenue Trucking. So he was in the health and wellness, social media, and transportation space. There was Terry Magnum, who is the owner of One-on-One Boutique, who has some very trend-setting sneakers and clothing in downtown Raleigh. We had Talia Breon, who is the CEO of Fashion Prodigy, and she's doing her thing in photography, film, and model management. Then there was Jasmine Godbolt, who is the founder of the Nesting Nannies, which was birthed on the campus of one of our historically Black colleges and universities, North Carolina Central University, where she was assisting young women on campus with childcare so that they could continue their education. And then there was Sharada Rathard, who was the founder of Fresh Fire, where she was using technology to find and source produce, dairy meats, and chef staple products locally and beyond to help combat food insecurity. This panel were all under 26 years old, and if I make no mistake, but they were making boss moves. I was so encouraged and inspired by their stories. They talked about the hustle of entrepreneurship or being an entrepreneur. They talked about how the success of being an entrepreneur was in the journey, and how we cannot, or they could not, any of us should not allow a no response to be an intimidation factor to us. They talked about the importance of being authentic and genuine. They talked about planting seeds and watering them slowly, recognizing that everything doesn't happen overnight. They mentioned the power of networking and association, and how pain can actually turn something beautiful, something painful, into something beautiful. And then one of the things that they talked about that really just pricked me, because I know that the heart is so important in everything that we do, but they talked about making sure that businesses and ideas were actually birthed from the heart. So Ryan, based on what I've seen locally, the future for youth entrepreneurs is very bright, because their desires and their abilities to do what DJ Khaled talks about, which is securing the bag while also impacting social justice issues, it's really changing the landscape of economic opportunity and security. And it would behoove us to lift up platforms and supports that give them additional momentum. I honestly think that youth entrepreneurs are the gold mine of the future. At one time, I thought youth couldn't be what they couldn't see, but I'm starting to believe that the youth of today can see, be, and create everything that perhaps our generations thought were not possible. They have the faith, the integrity, the accountability, all fueled by goodwill. And I can't think of a better recipe for their success. So that's my outlook on youth entrepreneurship. That's what I've seen through my lens. And that's pretty much all I wanted to share with you all today.
Wow. Verna, thank you so much. That was incredible. We'll get the names of our youth entrepreneurs to come across here in just a second. But I mean, you said so much there, and man, there's so much access to information today, right? Here are our business owners, guys, that are on the screen. So please reach out to them, follow them, and let's show our support for our young entrepreneurs. But so much of information is available to them today. They're growing up in an age where, for us, we saw the age without technology. We're seeing the evolution of that. Some of them are born with it in their hand, if you will. And so just that level of access to information, to connectivity, to be able to network, to be able to just reach out to really almost anybody now. IG allows you to do that, TikTok, and some of those platforms. So even with all of that, how do you feel like we as the 30 plus can best support our young entrepreneurs in this season and all that we're going through? Like, how can we really just give, what do they need right now to just really kind of get over that hump?
So yeah, we might be 30 plus, but we'll just keep it at 30 plus.
There you go.
A few things that I think about building on what you've done today. One thing I believe that's vital is mentorship, because they cannot have, enough people behind them saying, you can do this, way to go. These are some lessons that I've learned, and these are ways that you can use the lessons that I've learned to further, your own skills and abilities and your business plans and your dreams and things of that nature. The key thing about that too, Ryan, is they need us to be behind them and not necessarily in front of them. I think a lot of times as older people, we tend to think that, we've already plowed the fields, and actually they have a lot of their own ingenuity, a lot of their own creativity. And sometimes we do them a disservice if we feel like they can't go further or out front of us. Sometimes it really takes those of us who are wise to be in the background, just providing the supports that they need. And then one of the final things that I'll mention, and I'm so glad that your team is super on top of everything, that they are putting their names and businesses out there. We need to support them with our dollars. And every time we have an opportunity to lift up their businesses, when we have an opportunity to support local, when we have an opportunity to support youth, we should do that. We shouldn't just talk about supporting them. We need to actually take the resources that we have and fuel their businesses. So those are some of the things that come to my mind as far as what they need for us to do.
Wow, that's awesome. There's no accident, that we just had an incredible speaker about mentorship. Right. There's no accident. We just had a phenomenal speaker about sponsorship and just really how to leverage dollars in the community. Who better to invest in than our youth, right? Organizational leadership, right? Because, that may be a place where we can help them. Again, not from so much a visionary. I love your analogy. I think about when I was young, you're right. I mean, I was plowing the fields that my parents and grandparents, I'm from the country, right? So, I was plowing the fields and picking the fruits and vegetables out of the fields that my mom and my parents and grandparents created. But these youth today, they're carving out their own field, right? They're not looking for the past that's already been created. They are, as you said, they are carving new pathways.
Right. And they're planting fields that we never even envisioned. They can be the true land owners and cultivators that we never even thought about. They have so much in their hands, and a lot of it is fueled by the use of technology and the fact that they are not intimidated by technology. They're also not intimidated by some of the conditions that we see in the world that have challenged us. They are ready to make their marks. They are ready to lift their voices and utilize the energy and the resources that they have, even when times are challenging, just to make it happen. It's encouraging to watch.
It is. Wow. That's this is good stuff. So even more so now, this announcement is getting really exciting. So hang around. So, in your work with county, with government, municipalities, and just the way, we're talking about reframing entrepreneurship, and you say you don't have, you got it. But when we see how things are trending, this year was one for the books, right? I mean, man, things have changed. The way we, I was talking to someone yesterday, and I was saying about just how our institutions have been forever transformed. And by institutions, I mean, of course, government, but that's not my point. Church, school. When we talk about civic organizations, the way we've convened, the way we used to volunteer, we're seeing transitions happening across our foundational institutions that we have or had a lot of faith and trust in. Where do we go from here? When we talk about social and economic vitality, like where's our hope?
I actually think our hope, especially as it relates to the youth, are in their ability to see beyond what actually exists. What we know is that many of the things that you mentioned are broken systems, especially as it relates to government. Even some of our faith institutions are broken. We have got to start relying back on the power of relationships, the power of being people who walk in integrity and cultivating values, the value systems that I believe those of us who are 30 plus and over have, I think are spot on. And those are the things that I think we need to pass down to youth entrepreneurs. We need to help them break the chains of the systems that currently exist. I have always told people, I don't know why I'm in government, because I work for the people. And I think in order for us to change things, we have to have people that are willing to fight on the inside of a system as well as on the outside of the system. And I think we need to empower the younger people to understand, while the system may be there, you don't have to subscribe to it. They have future far beyond where we see ourselves today. So
yeah. That's so good. That's so good. You know, just kind of follow up on that as you were talking, right? Like that power of relationships. I think Mr. Long said it right from the start, right? That the core values, right? Those things, you know, I was talking to a pretty prominent pastor here in the area just earlier this week, you know, of course, pre-election. And, you know, we're just having a very mutual conversation. There was no, you know, side or the other side. And, you know, I was saying, you know, we live in a corrupt, immoral society, unfortunately, that is led by corrupt, immoral people. And what would it look like if we as the people, right? We the people, if we took back that power, if we took back that authority, if we took back our core values and our morals, and we begin to move and trend the country in that direction. You know, Vernon, I have to believe, and I don't want to turn this political, that there is a very moral person of good character that knows finances, right, that can lead this country. But somehow we allow our leadership. And so this goes back to youth, because they're like, you know what, forget that. Carving my own path. I'm going to apply the principles that I know to be true. But the older generation, we seem to kind of get into that. I just want to encourage the listeners out there, and you can respond to this or not. We got to take our power back and put the confidence in the one who created us, because he created us in his likeness and image. And we give way too much power and authority to someone who cannot influence our lives directly. I'm sorry, I'm off.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do now, if you keep right on, you know, if you watch me on social media, I'll say in a hot minute, my feet got light. So if my feet get light on this broadcast, it's going to be your fault. But Ryan, outside of getting you to run for office, what I think we have to do as it relates to the young people, because what you talked about is really the fact that we found ourselves in a country that is driven by fear and tactics that really don't work when your faith, your hope, and trust is in the God that we serve. And I think it, again, behooves us to help the young people see beyond fear. They don't even have it. They don't even have the same level of fear that we've had through the years.
So
they believe they can turn it around, and we need to be behind that. We need to help. We need to be inspirational to them. We need to support them in their faith walk and journey. We need to share our values of believing in a higher power, because all of those things help them, again, go beyond where we could ever see ourselves. Mm-hmm. They talked about not letting no intimidate them. They don't let racism and social injustice intimidate them. They do not walk in fear. And that is why, for me, the future is so bright for them.
Yeah, that's good.
And because the future is bright for them, it's also brighter for us.
Yeah.
That's the power of community.
Wow. Wow. You just buttoned it up. Yeah, that's the strategy. We've got to, all the things that we've talked about, pouring that leadership, pouring our resources. As Vicki just said, great point. We got to invest in our youth. Really saying, what? How can I take whatever I have? Maybe I wasn't a business owner, whatever. But how can we take something that we have and invest it back into our youth? That's so powerful, Ms. Vernon.
Well, look, the songwriter says, "Little becomes much when you put it in the master's hand."
Absolutely.
And in this scenario, we can look at it that two ways. Little becomes much when we put it in the master's hand, but little also becomes much when we put it in the masterminds of these youth.
Yeah. That's great. Hey, I'm gonna hold it. We got one more speaker, and I gotta hold it. One more speaker. The announcement is coming. Miss Verna Best, everybody, thank you so much for all that you do in our community for our youth and beyond. I mean, you just grazed the surface of what you do. You narrowed it down to youth today, but you do so much for our community. You revitalized the Crosby Garfield district and area over in Southeast Raleigh. You're such a pillar in our community. And I know there's a ton of other things that you could be doing right now. And I just want you to know that we are grateful that you would share some of your time with us today.
Honored and humbled to be here. Blessings to you and your team and to your viewers. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. Verna Best, everybody. All right. So you guys, we've made it. We're down to our final speaker. Before we close it out with an announcement, we are right on time. So to our speakers who just showed up and did exactly what we asked them to do, our goal was to be right here where we are at 12 o'clock. And it's no accident that we're bringing up this next speaker to close out our guest speakers before, again, we close out the day with this announcement. This young lady, I've known for actually a short while now. But guys, have you ever met somebody and just in a short while, they share so much with you. They support you so much. They give so much that, man, you feel like you've been in a relationship for much longer than it has been. And this young lady is just that. I've just had the opportunity to just sit at her feet and just listen and learn. She is just a strategist. That's the only way I know to put it, because she has such knowledge base. There's not much that I don't think she doesn't know or hasn't touched or read or gathered. But I'm going to let her, because she's of age, speak for herself. And so, Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership family, if you would, please help us welcome our next speaker, Miss Shannon Baylor Henderson. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. All the names, Shannon Baylor Henderson. Thank you, Ryan, for including me on this dynamic platform. It has been an honor to work with you and learn from you and grow with you. So thank you for including me on this journey. And I'm excited to deliver this content today.
I know you are. Thank you for hanging in there, and it's your time.
Let's go. So I'm going to start with saying this. You have great content to deliver when all of a sudden everything around you is trying to hush you and muffle you. I've had technological difficulties out of the blue, everything, and all of that let me know that I must be about to drop some jewels for you all. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm going to try to time myself to make sure I can give you all of the content you need in my little short period of time here. Just to get you acquainted with my speaking and presenting style, I am a call and response speaker. So I know that we're doing this virtually and I can't hear you respond, but that's what your chat box is for. That's what the comments are for. Tell me that you hear me. Tell me that you understand and that you connect with me. And also, I'm not traditionally a scripted speaker, but because I have so much information, I have a couple of pieces of paper that I need to refer to. So if you see me looking down, it's not because I don't know what I'm talking about or believe in what I'm talking about. I just want to make sure I stay on time and on topic to deliver the truth about transitioning from an employee to an entrepreneur. So let's kick it off. Now, one of the things that I do as a speaker and a trainer and a CEO of the Business Content Commanders is I like quizzes, because quizzes let me know where you are and your level of understanding, and let me know which angle I need to come from to deliver the content to you to help you be at your best self. So we're going to start with the quick pop quiz. And what I want you to do is just drop the letter to the answer that you think is correct in the comments. I may not be able to see them now, but I'll come back and grade those quizzes later, okay? So here's the pop quiz question, all right? Pencils up. Which statement is true about being your own boss? All right, you have three options. A, it is always a glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. That's option A. Option B, you'll get a business card that says CEO. And then there's option C, you'll work less hours and have more free time. Okay, so with your pencils up or with your finger hovering over the correct letter, I want you to type in the comments which one you think is the accurate statement about being your own boss. And we'll go back and visit those quiz responses later. So pencils down, okay? So I want to talk to you about changing lanes and transitioning from an employee to an entrepreneur. And let me just tell you, leaving your job isn't easy, but it can be easier if you have a plan. And when you enhance that plan with faith and timing and perseverance and a smart idea, you can transition from building someone else's dream to building your own, all right? And so today I'm here to share the foundation of building your transition plan, okay? Because guess what? My plan isn't going to work for you. Ryan's plan isn't going to work for you. You have to build this plan. But there are some fundamental elements to building a successful transition plan. And I'm going to give you 5 fundamental elements that I'm going to call the 5 truths to transitioning. Okay, so say it with me. And this is how you're going to respond. I want you to type in the comments 5 truths. Okay, that lets me know that you are going to hold me accountable to telling you 5 things. All right, that lets me know that you know that there are 5 truths to transitioning. All right, so I'm going to give you the full list and then I'm going to break each element down. All right, so here we go. The 5 truths to transitioning from an employee to an entrepreneur. Truth number 1. What is your reason for resigning? Okay, reason for resigning. That's the truth you have to tell yourself. The second one, it takes money to make money. All right. Number 3, your vibe leads to your tribe. All right. Number 4, know your break even before you hit your breakdown. And I'm sorry, that was number 4. Know your break even before you hit your breakdown. And number 5, leave the place with style and grace. All right. So 5 things. Your reason for resigning. It takes money to make money. Your vibe leads to your tribe. Know your break even before you hit your breakdown, and leave the place with style and grace. So let's break down all of them. If you haven't been able to see, I'm a storyteller. I'm a content developer. I believe in alliteration and all those things and rhyming to get the emphasis into you. All right. So number 1, your reason for resigning. There are 3 E's that I want you to consider, and only one of them leads to a real reason for resigning. The 3 E's that I want you to consider are emotional, egotistical, and empowering reasons, okay? Number 1, your emotional reason. If you are finding yourself saying to yourself, I am fed up to the head up, okay? I don't like it here. I'm hurt by something that happened, or some people are rubbing me the wrong way. Sometimes your emotions lead to finding a new job but they do not lead to your reason to start a business. Okay. Starting a business is not something you do because emotionally you are over it with Wanda at the water cooler. That's not a reason to start a business. That's not a reason to leave your job to start a business. That's a reason to find a new job. So challenge yourself to ask, am I leaving this job for emotional reasons? Number 2, am I leaving this job for egotistical reasons? And so how do you challenge the ego? Well, you ask yourself, am I saying to myself, I can do better than this place and this business? I deserve better treatment. I deserve more money. I deserve the next promotion. If you have a top of the pile mentality, which means you're constantly leading with ego and saying, I deserve to be on top of everything at this place, it doesn't necessarily equate entrepreneurship. What it equates is hunger. It pushes you to thrive for the promotion and more money and a better position and better treatment, but that does not equate entrepreneurship. Now, the third E does equate entrepreneurship, and that is empowering reasons, okay? If you are saying to yourself, I want to solve a problem, I believe I know a better way to get this done. There's a gap in the marketplace, and I want to fill it. I want to create answers, solutions, opportunities, and legacies. Then this is the soul of building a business and entrepreneurship. And thus, you have your foundational reason for transitioning from an employee to an entrepreneur. All right. So that means that number 1 in your transition plan, you need to understand your reason for resigning. Is it emotional? Is it egotistical? Or is it empowering? All right. So moving on to point number 2, it takes money to make money. All right. I am a bootstrap queen when it comes to business. I will learn it myself. I will build it myself. I will do it myself. And guess what? I will burn myself out. All right. So you have to learn that in entrepreneurship, you have to prepare yourself for scalability, for growth. And that takes money. It could take $50 for a set of business cards. It can take a couple of $100s for a website. But whatever it is, you're going to need to come up with some money to support this business. Now, here's what I want to challenge you with in your transition plan for that money is, what is your skin in the game? No one else is going to financially support you in your business until you prove you are able and willing to financially support yourself. So are you willing to bet your savings, your stocks, your investment dollars, what the money under the mattress? Are you willing to risk it all to bet on yourself? If you're not willing to risk a large portion of your own money, let's start off with just a little bit. When you're skeptical about hitting that checkout button on Vistaprint for those business cards because the promotion was $9.99, but then they added that $7 for shipping, and now you're reconsidering being a business owner, you got some things to rethink about this transition plan from employee to entrepreneur, okay? So you have to make a financial risk and bet on yourself. And where is that money coming from, okay? So analyze your dollars to determine where your money is going to come from, all right? And then here's the thing. While you're employed, use your job as your corporate sponsor, all right? While you still have a regular paycheck, because trust me, you're going to miss that direct deposit when you become a business owner. Take your earnings to build your business, all right? So while that money is still regular and consistent and you can count on the amount, bet on yourself and take some of that money to buy the business cards, to build the website, to hire someone for social media, to hire someone to build your content. Bet on yourself with your money. All right. So that was, what were we on? We were on number 2. It takes money to make money. Let's get to number 3, the foundational element in building your transition plan from employment to entrepreneurship. So number 3 is your vibe leads to your tribe. All right. So I want you to lean in close for me, okay? Get close to your computer screen. Put your mask on for virtual social distancing. That's how close I want you to get. Here's the truth. Ain't nobody got time for negative Nancy's, Debbie Downers, and Gary Get-a-Jobs, okay? Those people in your tribe will not help you transition from employment to entrepreneurship. So if the people you are choosing to surround yourself with don't believe in you and your vision because it's a package deal, then it's time to find new people. So if you're asking yourself, well, Shannon, I'm building this transition plan, who should I surround myself with? I'm going to give you a list, and in no particular order. The tribe you should build should include, of course, customers, because that's your money. Investors and sponsors, okay? Vicki told us best, get some sponsors who share mutual interests with you. Social media fans, those are the people that will like, click, share, follow what you say and expand it out to their network. They don't have to buy a thing, but that share button is a powerful tool, okay? Mentors. Rich told us, what would you do differently if someone who has been there and done that told you needed to change, okay? So get yourself a mentor. Then you need to get a therapist or a counselor. Trust me on this one, okay? A therapist or a counselor is an ear to listen to that does not judge you, and they are professionals at listening. When you are building a business, the emotional roller coaster, the financial roller coaster will cause you to question yourself, and you need a professional that you can go to who will not let you beat yourself up, okay? You need networkers in your circle. You need connectors. These are people who can shake hands for you and introduce you and build up your portfolio for you. You need prayer warriors. You need the people who know how to go to the closet and how to go to church on Sunday and mention your name and mention your business at the altar. You need people praying for you. You need truth tellers, people who will tell you like it is despite the way it makes you feel. People who will stand up for you despite what someone says against you. And you need the occasional goon, okay? You need someone in your tribe that ain't got time for the nonsense, okay? They keep you on point and tell you the stuff that you don't want to hear, all right? So those are the people that you need in your tribe. If your tribe does not consist of that before you transition out from employment to entrepreneurship, you got homework to do. Add those people to your list, all right? Now we're going to get into number 4, which is know your break even before you hit your breakdown. One of my favorite shows to watch is Shark Tank. But here's a scenario that really shocks me about some of the people that come on Shark Tank. They will say and proudly proclaim, I've invested $1 million of my own money and I haven't made a red cent. They will say, I put up my house, but I still need $300,000 before I can sell anything. My immediate response is, wait, what? How do you get to that level of risk without accountability for your decisions? So what I want you to understand is that you have to know, looking at your own finances, looking at your own mental health, looking at your own family and your own community, at what point do you stop and say, am I headed in the right direction? Set those boundaries and those milestones now so you know where you need to stop at your break even. Break even is a cash flow term, a financial term, but what we're talking about is an overall evaluation of your decision to leave your job and your decision to run this business. Are you headed in the right direction? Challenge yourself to create milestones according to that question, and don't be afraid to turn around and say, this ain't for me. Get your resume together and get back into employment. It is okay to change your mind. If that is your break even, just don't get to the breakdown, okay? And then finally, leave the place with style and grace. I'm going to get that from one of my favorite rappers, Biggie, and he says, to all the ladies in the place with style and grace, what I'm going to tell you is leave the place with style and grace, okay? You are so excited to get the job. Don't act a fool when it's time to leave it. I know we see the social media hype about different ways to quit your job and, showing people that you're going to make it on your own. No, that's for likes and follows. We're talking real life here, okay? A great leader once said in a meeting, in fact, the great leader was Mr. Linwood Long, who was the first speaker here. He said, I want you to leave out the door the same way you walked into it. Okay, so all that positivity, I'm going to do good. I'm going to change the world. Hello, I'm happy. I'm glad to be here. Leave out the door the same way, or AKA keep the same energy. Okay. Now, sometimes there are external factors and extenuating circumstances that are a part of your reasoning for leaving your job. What I want you to do is stand in your own truth, but don't tarnish the brand of you. Because those same coworkers and colleagues and clients that you once worked for could potentially work for you, or they could potentially become your clients. So if you're leaving, tossing tables and telling people off and all of that stuff, that doesn't represent the brand of you. That's not someone that's going to add to your tribe and become a social media fan or a prayer warrior or a connector. Keep the same energy that you walked into the door with, okay? So those are the 5 things that are important in building your transition plan. And just to recap, so that you have it all right? Those 5 things are: know your reason for resigning, okay? Make sure it's not emotional, it's not egotistical, but it is empowering. Next, understand that it takes money to make money, all right? So whether it's $50 for a set of business cards or thousands of dollars for inventory and websites and hiring someone to do your content, whatever it is, it takes money to make money. So if you are not willing to bet on yourself by using your own savings, your own checking account, getting a loan, accessing your own credit cards, whatever it is, if you're not willing to bet on yourself, no one else is going to bet on you, and you're going to set yourself for a disadvantage when it's time to transition out. Next is your vibe leads to your tribe, okay? Ain't nobody got time for negative Nancy, Debbie Downer, and Gary get their jobs, okay? That's not who you want in your tribe. You want customers, investors or sponsors, social media fans, mentors, a therapist or a counselor, networkers, connectors, prayer warriors, truth tellers, and the occasional goon who will tell you like it is, all right? Next, you want to know your break even before you hit your breakdown. Okay, set milestones that let you know this is the time for me to make a U-turn. This is the time for me to exit before I hurt myself, hurt my family, hurt my community, hurt whoever it is I'm serving because I don't have what I thought I needed in order to do this business correctly. All right. And then finally, leave the place with style and grace. The same people you see going up are the same ones you see going down, okay? Those same coworkers and colleagues and clients that you once worked for could wind up working for you, and they could be the connectors that you need to grow your business. So those are the 5 things that I wanted to talk to you about with building your transition plan from an employee to an entrepreneur. And as I promoted this conference and I wanted to share this jewel with you as well as all of the speakers, what I wanted to invite you to do is, instead of taking notes and trying to keep all of this together, I have created a free ebook for this conference with the transition from employment to entrepreneurship. And all you have to do is send me an email at hello@contentcommanders.com, and I will show you how to get access to this very same transition plan that I've just spoken to you about today. So that's what I wanted to tell you. I hope that you have questions and comments, and I want to hear about some of those pop quiz results. So Ryan, tell me where we are and where we stand.
All right, good stuff, good stuff. Are there any questions? If so, let's push those through. But Shannon, while we do that, talk to the person who is, sitting there and they're just really like, it could go either way, and they just need that one little thing to get them over the hump. How would you have them
say
process?
The very first thing is, of course, realizing your reason. Why are you in this place where you're feeling you need to transition out? Is it because you have an idea and you want to start a business, or because your feelings are hurt where you are? So again, just referring back to that reason you are in the space that you are in mentally. Is it emotional? Is it egotistical, or is it empowering? Because if it's not empowering, where you're at the place mentally where you're saying, I've got an answer, I've got a solution, I want to create an opportunity, then all that means is it's time to find a new job. That does not mean it's time to start a new business.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Annette, for being here. Loves your energy and excellent content and the truths. Completely endorse it all, as do I. Talk about bootstrapping for a second. I mean, is there, is it a learn it as you run into the wall, or, do you find yourself on I put, this much time a day, a week, a month in learning? How do you build that that asset?
I'll talk to you about bootstrapping from a financial perspective and then from a growth perspective. So for me, bootstrapping from a financial perspective is when you don't necessarily have the access to capital that you need. All right. So not all of us have been in spaces where there's a hefty nest egg somewhere, or there's a credit score that leads to loans and credit cards. So sometimes you are empowered to build a business, but you don't have the financial resources to do it. That is not a moment of exit. That's not a moment for you to change your mind. It's a moment to become more creative. So you have to figure out, how do you build what you need to build using the only resource you have, people resources. And who is that person? You. So that's how you learn the software. You learn the trades. You do the work yourself. And when you get your first customer, you do a 20-20-20-20-20 or 5-20 split, where you pay yourself a little bit, you pay your bills, you invest in your business, you invest in your ideas, and you save. And you just keep doing that until the business has gotten to a space where now you're not bootstrapping. You can afford to pay people regularly or pay those resources regularly so that you can scale your business. So that's from a financial aspect with bootstrapping. And then just from a people resources, bartering is still a thing. And sometimes it feels like a weird experience to ask someone to do something for free. But if you're asking the right people, and you're making a legitimate barter exchange, it's not free at all. It has a substantial value to it, and it can help you. So bootstrapping has two doors. And if this is your first time in entrepreneurship, I invite you to walk down both of them.
Wow. Good stuff. Good stuff. Final question. I'm a solopreneur, and I'm trying to do all of these things, right? I got to do the marketing, the sales, the content, the accounting, and the job, right? The thing
and the job
right. And the thing I'm hoping to get paid for. If I find myself in that space as a solo entrepreneur, maybe help me from a thinking process. Man, what's next? Like, how do I begin getting myself out of that? Is it delegation? Is it, how do I begin getting myself out of that solopreneur? First of all, probably mindset, but then maybe what are some tactical things I can do as well?
Okay. And just to kind of break it down quickly is, number one, the first mindset is stop publicizing yourself as we when it's just you. It's okay. Okay. Build the brand of you. Let people trust you. That creates opportunities to expand to we. All right. So that's number one. The next thing is get comfortable with automation. Automation is your friend. A lot of different software can tie into each other. When you build that system, it might take you 40 hours of hardcore labor to build that system. When you build it and you hit play, it runs all the way through for you. So the only thing you see is the outcome, which is a new order or a sales receipt in your inbox. Okay. So get comfortable with automation, because automation fills the gaps of someone in customer service, someone in sales, someone in stocking and inventory, someone in social media, someone in bookkeeping. It fills those gaps. So when you learn the software, you ask which software to use and you plug them into each other, you have a system that takes the place of just you being the solopreneur.
Yeah, that's powerful. That's so good. And that's a skill set that we've got to pass along and help others to really begin to understand. And you're right. I mean, building the brand of you then it begins to attract the we, right? Getting those people who you need in your corner. Shannon, this has been phenomenal.
Thank you.
I appreciate you being here again. I know you are busy helping and serving a lot of people. So we appreciate your time as well. If you're still with us, make sure you email Shannon at hello@contentcommanders.com. Pick up that content. You won't regret engaging in a relationship with this young lady.
Thank you,
Shannon,
Ryan.
thank you so much for being here. We appreciate all that you do in our community and to support business owners, and that you're leading the way with excellence.
Thank you, Ryan, for having me. I will always make time for a platform as dynamic as this one. And thank you for everyone who has watched and continued to support TEL and all of its efforts. And I can't wait to hear about this announcement. Big segue, right?
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Here it
Thank you
comes.
so much, Shannon. We appreciate that. All right, guys. Thank you for being here and hanging in there. We are going to share a quick video with you that will precede this next short piece of content. So enjoy, and we'll be right back with you. All right, and welcome back, guys. I hope you were able to see and hear that video. Wow, what a day. I want to first of all say thanks to our list of incredible speakers who have preceded me on today. I hope you guys have been as engaged, but also we didn't have sound with that video, parting the technical difficulty. Maybe we can come back and provide some sound with that video. I'll see if producers in the back end can help us with that. But I do want to really, truly say thank you to our speakers who have came out today and just poured out their hearts to you, the Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership family, starting with Mr. Linwood Long, talking about strengthening your organizational leadership. Guys, listen, find something today from this content that you can apply immediately to your life and or to your business. Miss Vicky talked about sponsoring, putting your money where your mouth is. And depending on which side of that table you sit, are you the one seeking sponsorship or are you the one doing the sponsoring? What is that win-win that you're able to create in relationship with that other person, business opportunity? But investing back into our communities is key. Wow, Rich Moore absolutely inspired me, and I hope you to begin to pick up the mantle of mentorship. Who in your community can you mentor? Ms. Verna talked about the youth and what an incredible opportunity we have to really invest our knowledge and really just walk alongside as an encouragement to our youth. We heard from Mr. Naquan Walker, who talked about, listen, you just got to realize that it's your time and then begin to move, knowing that you are putting God first in everything that you do. And then behind that, get your house, your finances, your way of doing business in order before you take that leap. And then, as I mentioned, Ms. Verna Best, such a community leader working with our youth, inspiring our youth. We had their information up in the chat earlier. If you're viewing this later, go find that information. Support our local entrepreneurs, regardless of where they are, what they have going on. Be a blessing and a support to our youth. And then finally, you just heard from the queen of content, Miss Shannon Henderson, who told us how to transition from employee to entrepreneur, and not to just to do it, but to do it right. How can you put the right steps in place so that you don't end up over here floundering around, questioning the decision that you just made? And I want you to reach out to and contact and engage with each of these speakers because they love giving back, serving, and they want to see you succeed. And now finally, guys, I just want to share a little piece of content with you around this whole idea of social entrepreneurship. You know, why we even founded this organization called Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership these few short years ago. You know, just a real quick story. I'm from the big metropolis, I'll say, of Dunn, North Carolina. As I mentioned earlier, grew up, you know, with farmland all around me, cotton fields, tobacco fields. Went to a very small high school. Saw my father work for Goodyear Tire Company for 33 and a half years. And so the value of hard work, you know, character was all around my community. I was in walking distance of both of my grandparents. You know, aunts and uncles kept me when my parents were traveling or working. And so I saw all those social models, those mentors that Rich was talking about earlier. But even as growing up, you know, I had a lot of the me syndrome, right? It was I wanted to be successful. I wanted to have these things. I had put success into this box that the world shows us, which is this acquisition of things, right? That we want to get and acquire to impress other people. And that was kind of my pathway. I was like, okay, how can I be successful? How can I earn more money? How can I have the right job and wear the right clothes and drive the right car and live in the right place? And not that any of those things are bad. We all need something that drives us to start. But what I began to see is that I began to transition from this idea of success to excellence. And that didn't happen by accident. When I was 27 years old, I was in a near fatal car accident that all of that success that I thought I had built was totally taken away. I left the job I was working here in Raleigh, the apartment I had over in North Hills area, the truck that I was driving that, you know, I thought was just a credible achievement. And I ended up moving back home to Dunn, in the bedroom that I grew up into, next to my parents' bedroom, and my mom putting my socks and shoes on my feet. A very humbling experience, and it got my attention. And it wasn't long after that I found a mentor right there in the community of Dunn, where a guy that was having success. And, you know, when we talk about mentorship, I want to just add a little caveat there is that, you know, depending on the results you're seeking to get, can also determine that mentor that you pursue. And I knew this guy knew some things that I didn't know. And I was hungry, as Naquan said, I was hungry for a different lifestyle. And no longer was the pursuit of things important to me. I wanted more. I wanted to feel fulfilled. I wanted to feel like I was making a difference. I wanted to feel like I was on my way to living a life of significance, not success. And so that led me on a path of what I call personal development. You know, and I was sitting at the feet, if you will, of this guy, was going to his insurance training classes, no interest in learning insurance or doing insurance, but I was hungry for the information. And I began to hear, you know, these different life philosophies philosophers, talk about, these ideas that were foreign to me, that profit is better than wages. What does that mean? Well, all I knew about was wages. He said, well, you can earn a profit, and you can even earn a profit while you're still earning wages. And if you develop enough of skills and get good, your profits become more than your wages. Now you can walk away from your wages and build your profits. And I was like, man, this is phenomenal stuff. I started hearing things like, Ryan, it's not what happens to you that determines your success. You can be the victim. You can worry about it. You can cry about it. You can pout about it, or you can learn from it. You can do something about it. You can apply it to your life and begin to create that life that Ms. Verna talked about, that Peter Drucker says, if you want to predict, the best way to predict the future is to create it by taking ownership and taking that power back. And I began to do that. And then one day I heard a quote that absolutely changed my complete philosophy on life. Actually, was a couple, but this one I'll drill in on. And it said, Ryan, that success is not something that you pursue. Success isn't something that you pursue. Correct. Success is something that you attract by the person you become. He said, Ryan, success is something that you attract by becoming an attractive person. A person with skills, a person with the sense of knowledge, a person who learns how to listen, a person who's a problem solver, a person who can change the atmosphere when they walk into the room. And he said, Ryan, if you will begin to develop attractive skill sets, you will no longer have to pursue success. Success will run you down. And I bought into that. And at 27 years old, I became this, kid who never really read a book. Yeah, I had a high school diploma, college degree, but I never really read a book, never really studied much. I just thought you go to work, wages, right? I thought it was all about wages. How much can I earn an hour and go exchange my time for that? That's what I got to work with. And he said, no, you can do things differently. And so I bought into that, and I became a personal development junkie, right? I began to read the books. I began to go to the seminars and conferences. I began to seek mentorship. If anybody around me was smarter, had better results than me, knew more than me, I was trying to learn. I had that pencil in my hand, writing it down. I was playing the audios in the car when I traveled. I was traveling the country, following the people that I thought could give me the information that I wanted. And while I was out in one of those events, just outside of Las Vegas in Henderson, Nevada, I began to hear this term called collaboration. This idea that if people could really, truly begin to put their own agenda to the side and come together for the greater good of other people, of other causes, of environmental, whatever the case may be, if people could put their own agendas to the side and come together, work together, bring our unique gifts and talents, our limited knowledge individually, but it's a lot collectively. If we could begin to bring that together, my mentor said, Ryan, that cooperation means 1 + 1 = 2. He said, but collaboration, 1 + 1 = 11. So you get exponential results when you operate collaboratively than when you just kind of go along cooperatively. And that began to really, really resonate with me. And so I came back home from that trip and began to just have this conversation with a few people, this collaboration talk. And I began to hear some people say, well, Ryan, that sounds exciting, man. If that can happen, man, we can create some wonderful things. And then I also heard some people saying, well, man, nobody's going to do that. Nobody wants to collaborate. Everybody wants to own their own stuff. They have a scarcity mindset. They're not going to share their resources. They're not going to share their network. They're not going to share their contacts. It's going to be hard, Ryan, to create a collaboration model. That didn't stop us. As Ms. Verna said, if our mind is made up, we can go out and accomplish it. And we went about doing that 4 or 5 years ago when we launched Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership with the mission of educating, empowering, and equipping entrepreneurs, small business owners with the thinking and the skill sets necessary for financial, personal, and professional success. Ryan, what does that have to do with social entrepreneurship? Social entrepreneurship is simply an individual, a group, a business, an organization that develops, creates, funds, invests in, then implements solutions to social, cultural, or environmental issues. And I felt that we had a social, cultural, maybe even environmental issue in our way of living, if you will. And what do I mean by that? I could take it down so many different lanes, but let's just talk finances, guys, because it's so important. And a few of our speakers today have hit on that. Growing up, I wasn't taught those basic principles of finances. I used to hear my grandfather say, boy, don't spend it all. I didn't know that meant put 10% away or put 20% away. I didn't get the principles. I got more of the philosophy, but I really didn't learn it. And I certainly didn't apply that. And so when I talk about some social and cultural challenges that we have, I believe that we live in a very abundant world, a very abundant society. I believe that the resources that we need are right within our reach. However, sometimes we're not quite able to access them because we may not be prepared or equipped to do so. And this year's been a phenomenal example of that, where we are going through a pandemic, a crisis, and there's been funds and dollars available and put to the side for businesses, entrepreneurs, small, large businesses, whatever the case may be, solopreneurs, to be able to access those funds because things beyond their control, beyond our control happen. And therefore, there's been some relief funding opportunities made available. But many of us weren't able to access those funds because we weren't prepared. We weren't equipped. We weren't in a position to be able to do so. And so that's just one example of where I believe that we need some new information. We need to be around people who can give us the right information, who, like Naquan said, when we start a business, let's have the plan. Maybe you don't have a fully developed business plan. It's not how every business grows. Some are just these, what is my minimal viable product? And I build on that. So not necessarily saying that, but what I am saying is that as you begin to grow your business, are your books in order? Naquan also said, is your house in order? Because how you do business at home will translate into how you do business in business. And so that need has really been revealed more so than ever this year. And so Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership has been in this space, consulting, mentoring, coaching, encouraging entrepreneurs and small business owners, really with that. Not so much the bookkeeping and the accounting and the tactical components of running a business, but really to evolve from a mindset perspective that I want to be a business that's in integrity, that's in character, that can apply for the resources and funds that they need when they're made available to be able to have that. And so I want to invite you, if you're listening, into that community. Think about it. When it comes to your business in your life, where might there be some gaps that you need filling? When we began this year, really last year, 2019, we were talking about the prerequisites to success. Because we had big vision for 2020, as I said at the beginning of this broadcast. You had big vision for 2020. And so in 2019, we were helping our entrepreneurs, our family, to think about where are the gaps. If there's one thing that if I could fix that, if I could bring that on a scale of 1 to 10 from a 5 to a 7, how much would that improve my life or my business? And so what are those prerequisites in your life? What are those things in your life that are keeping you from really having that business and or lifestyle that you truly desire? And so our goal is to help you to get there, to help you to close that gap. We've built a team of subject matter experts. I'm hoping that we've added more to the team just here today. People around us around me who know more than I do, way more. I do not claim to be the expert in anything you heard today, but I like to surround myself with people who are. I want to bring my gifts and my talents to the table to hopefully serve others, as my calling would say. And I want to invite others to be able to do the same. And if we work in community, if we work collaboratively, we can truly begin to change lives and transform communities. And that's the mission of Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership. That's our social entrepreneurial movement that we've begun and we're looking to expand. And so I want to encourage you, as I hope you've already been today, to begin to reimagine, to dream again of the possibilities. 2020 has been a year for the books. You know, our children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren are going to look across history, and there's going to be a pen as one of those years where we either rose up or we were swallowed up. And I want to challenge and charge you, the entrepreneur, the solopreneur, the small business owner. And maybe you're saying, you know, Ryan, I don't have a business, because I'm also learning, guys, that we're living in a time where it requires that everyone begins to think like an entrepreneur. So whether you have a business or not, entrepreneurial thinking, I believe, is an essential life skill. And let me take that for just a second. An entrepreneurial mindset says that, number one, I have the power to choose, right? And that's why I want you to go back and begin now, you know, to reimagine, you know, the elections. Well, I don't know if it's behind us or not. I have no clue. But a lot of that's behind us, and we've still got some hills to climb. Don't get me wrong with this pandemic. But I want you to begin to reimagine. I want you to dream again about what it is you want. Not so much what you need. If you're still here, alive, breathing, roof over your head, you're not starving, your needs have obviously been met. But when you decide what it is that you want, it creates another level of hunger, right? It's going to require of you some things that getting your needs don't require, right? When we decide what we want, and I'm not, and if this is you, it's okay, but I'm not necessarily talking about material things. What do you want to leave by way of legacy? What do you want for your family? What do you want for your business? What do you want for your community? What, in essence, is your purpose for being here? I believe we were all created to do good. Wonderful, amazing things. And I ask you, what do you want to do? What do you want to be known for? What do you want people to think about when they hear your name? Is it that I had the nicest car? Is it the square footage of your home? And again, nothing wrong with those things if that's what you want. But I want to challenge you that in the midst of what feels like and seems to be some very uncertain times, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity in the seeds of turmoil. I'm going to say that again. There is a lot of opportunity planted in the seeds of turmoil. And if you can get the right mindset, Shannon, right? That's why entrepreneurial thinking is an essential life skill, because it calls on you to be able to look beyond the problems and the barriers and see opportunity. But then you don't just stop there. Now you take action. Now you begin to go out and turn that idea into reality. And now that's a function of the acquisition of knowledge. Right? Because if you want, you don't need to know anything else to get what you've already gotten. You know, you have everything you need to get what you've been getting. Right? So if you're satisfied, what you're content with, I'm trying not to preach to you guys, but what you're content with, you will not change. So if you're comfortable, you're sitting in the couch and you got your heated blanket on and you're just coasting on through, you don't need another thing. You've mastered exactly where you are right now. But if you're out there and you say, you know what, Ryan, I want more. I want better. I want to do. I want to change. I want to impact. I want to influence the lives of others in our community and whatever issues that I hope right now is boiling up on the inside of you, then you've got to do something different. And that entrepreneurial mindset just challenges you to do that. What do I need to do? And again, not from a business perspective, in your family. Where do you need to apply entrepreneurial thinking to say, you know what, these are some things that I would like to see better. Here are the challenges. How do I overcome those? That's an entrepreneurial mindset, right? As it relates to your relationships, to health, to finances, to your social life, spiritually, you have a choice first and foremost. What are the barriers keeping me from accomplishing that? Now I'm going to go to work overcoming those barriers until I've created exactly what I want to create. What does it take to get you where you want to be? I believe that the number one factor in getting you to where you want to be, Naquan said it best, is hunger. Because again, if you're satisfied, you won't do, we're going into the, I guess, fall and winter months is going to start to change, right? The temperature is going to start to change. Well, when do you adjust your thermostat? All right. When you get uncomfortable, you get too cold, you go do something to change that. But as long as you're sitting in your home and you're comfortable, oh man, the temperature's nice, this is great. You don't do anything. You just stay there. But when you start to get too cold, you go do something. When you start to get too hot, you go do something. And so hunger means that I'm not comfortable with my current state. I must change it. And in changing it then says I must take action. And then in taking action means that now I have to go on a journey. That journey means the acquisition of information, knowledge, relationships, probably getting out of what we like to call our comfort zone. However, it's not really that comfortable, quite familiar. You've been there a while. It's not really comfortable. And I hope right now you're starting to feel very uncomfortable if you're in that place of content. Be content on your pursuit of greatness. Be content while on your way to accomplishing something big. So we've come now to the hour where I want to share with you how we achieve just what we've talked about today. I've mentioned earlier of the challenges that 2020 has brought upon us, the opportunities that have been created in the midst of turmoil, the rise in the need for our communities to be invested into, the revealings of the gaps in access and opportunities to the Black community, to Black entrepreneurship, to people who have incredible barriers that they need to overcome. And so many times we tend to look outward for the help and support that we need. And that's not a bad thing. We all need a hand up. We all need and would desire to be invested into, and I encourage that we invest into others. But there comes a time when we have to take the responsibility into our own hands. There comes a time when we have to be accountable to our own goals and dreams, disciplines and behaviors. Mr. Long said it earlier. It's about accountability. What are those core values that are driving you? Is it that someone else would come to the rescue? Is it that Superman would swoop in and make things all right? Or would it be that you lead or be a part of a revolution that I believe the ground, if you will, is fertile for the seeds of revolution, of movement, of empowerment. I believe that there's not been a greater time in my lifetime that I'm aware of than for like-minded individuals to lock arms, find a mutual cause, and go about accomplishing that. There's never been a greater opportunity to collaborate. There's never been a greater opportunity to work in common unity to achieve something great. I promise you we can achieve more together than you could ever achieve by yourself. And so with that said, I want to make an announcement to you guys who are out there. And this announcement is to you, the Black entrepreneur, the Black small business owner, as well as our family and friends and supporters and communities and organizations who truly believe that a rising tide lifts all boats. But the piece to that that's missing sometimes is that you got to have a boat. And so if you can get with the idea of everybody having a boat, and then that rising tide lifting all boats, I want you to join us in 2021 for the year of the Black entrepreneur. I believe that 2021 is the best year yet. For those of you who want to take back your power, who is tired of lending your power to someone else and their agenda being accomplished, and you stand on the sideline and say, it happened again. What happened this time? So you say, Ryan, man, what is the year of the Black entrepreneur? This is a movement to highlight and celebrate Black entrepreneurship, to lift it up on the pedestal that it deserves to be on, to highlight you, the entrepreneur, to highlight you, the small business owner, to give you the visibility, the access, and the opportunity to help lift all boats. More importantly, maybe your boat. And all the speakers who joined us today, I believe, are imperative to helping us to accomplish this mission. This is a mission where at the end of the year, actually at the beginning of 2022, I'm envisioning, Miss Verna, you talked about vision, Miss Vicky, I'm envisioning 300 to 500 entrepreneurs, Black entrepreneurs, our community supporters, all of those who can say, you know what, I want to be a part of lifting all boats, are in a room at the Raleigh Convention Center in our Black and white gala outfits, enjoying a meal, celebrating and highlighting entrepreneurship. At the end of that, somewhere around 10 o'clock, it turns into a party and a celebration. I want us to get back what God gave us from the very beginning. Love, peace, and joy. Time out for all the things that have oppressed us along the way. I want you to begin to dream again, to re-envision your life, your business, your community. And I believe without a shadow of doubt that we can get it done. So it won't happen by accident. So there will be a series of events that will happen throughout the year on a weekly, monthly, quarterly basis that will then crescendo into this gala on New Year's Day, yes, of 2022. We're going to celebrate. This will be documented throughout the year. We'll be bringing in video to document this throughout the year. We're going to be awarding approximately 8 categories. Ryan, what are the categories? Well, you heard about them today. Who will be the organizational leader of the year? Who will be the sponsor of the year? Who will be the mentor of the year? Is that you? Who will be our youth entrepreneur of the year? Who will be our entrepreneur of the year? Who will be our best transitioning employee into entrepreneurship? Will that be you? Do you know somebody who qualifies to get this crown January 1st, 22? I want you to nominate them. Feel free to self-nominate yourself. Now, what do we need from you? Just your belief that now is your time. Guys, I know, man, it's been piled on, and it's been piled on heavy. Our shoulders are weak. Our legs are tired. But you know, when I begin to think about where we are today, I can't help but be reminded of where our forefathers before us were. And I don't want to seem out of touch. But man, if the slaves, if our civil rights leaders, you know, I think of John Lewis. I mean, which of us would have got hit in the back of the head, and almost killed, and rose up? And that's really what I'm talking about, right? Do we get hit and knocked down and stay down, or do we get hit and we rise above the challenges that are set before us? Guys, I could go on and on, but I think you get it. We haven't completely built the engine and the model. No, this is a vision that I'm hoping that right now you're committing to being a part of. This isn't about Ryan. This isn't even about Triangle Entrepreneurial Leadership. This is about you. And how can you become a part of a movement that celebrates and highlights entrepreneurship? I'm going to close with this, guys, because again, I could go on. So it's a 5-minute announcement. From the very beginning of time, God put man in a garden. And he told him to work it. He gave man everything he needed to be successful. But then he gave us a command. He said to be fruitful. He said to multiply. He said to subdue. And then he said to have dominion. And what inspires me, what gives me fuel, is that is the very first command in the very first book of the Bible. And he gave that commandment when Adam and Eve were in a garden. Not a whole lot to work with. There's been funds, resources earmarked for this time. And I want to help position the Black entrepreneur, small business owner to qualify to be fruitful. That means you got to create something. To multiply, that means you got to create it again. To subdue, which means you got to replenish it, Shannon. You got to automate it, right? You can't touch it all. You got to automate it. And when you can begin to build that system, God says that you can have dominion. That means authority. That means you're back in control. That means that you are masterful in what it is you do. And that's really the call to action here. Is how can you become master of your fate, but also master of your skill set? And we want to create a breeding ground. This isn't just about, giving out participation trophies, right? I'm going to spoil it before we get into it, right? Let me just tell you, this isn't about participation. This is about helping people to win in business. We want you to be successful. Why do we want you to be successful? Because we know that good people will do good things with money. It's imperative that our economy grows. It's imperative that we invest back into our youth, into our communities. It is time for our community to rise up. This will start here in Raleigh, Probably a lot of momentum will happen in Southeast Raleigh. Then it will expand to Raleigh. Then it will expand into some other markets who've already expressed some interest. It then will expand into a statewide thing, and we'll see where it goes from there. We believe that this will be an ongoing, annual event. But we want to invite you to the very first Year of the Black Entrepreneur Awards Gala. So mark your calendar for January the 1st, 2021. Okay, that's a year from now. But let me give you the next point in the road. And that is our Year of the Black Entrepreneur Vision Casting and Kickoff event. That will happen Friday, January the 1st of 2021. So mark your calendar. We will get the details out. I think we're going to provide you a link to be able to get on the mailing list so that we can keep you informed of this kickoff event that will happen January the 1st, 2021, where we're going to outline for you the entire year of the Black Entrepreneur. There are going to, again, be weekly events, monthly events, quarterly events that are designed to empower you. But we're not just looking to empower you. We're looking to engage you. We want you to be a part of this. We welcome your thoughts, your ideas, your resources, your experiences, so that we can build something that we can look back. And when they put that pin on COVID in 2020, there's a pin right next to it that said, this has been the year of the Black Entrepreneur. Guys, thank you all for being here, for enduring these few hours of time. If you were with us all day to get to this point called the announcement, I hope that you have been inspired and encouraged. I want to challenge you to re-envision, reimagine what's possible. Take these next 60 days to put yourself in a position to experience the best year you've ever experienced in life and or business in 2021. We're going to look back to let history teach us, and we're going to look forward to let the future inspire us. Let's create something special together, and we'll see you at the Year of the Black Entrepreneur. Thank you all so much for being here. God bless you.